Have you ever pondered?
Have you ever pondered?
You know they found cocaine in the White House?
Yes.
And nobody knows where it came from.
It showed up.
It showed up, but everybody knows that Joe Biden's kid is a cokehead. But let's see. But first they lied and said it came from it could have been anybody. It was open to the public. Then it turns out no, it wasn't. They try to lie to it. Here's even NBC News is saying this. Watch.
Kelly, the big change is where this was found. It was found, by my observation, in a much more secure place, limited access place than that West Wing reception area. It's still a frequently trafficked place.
All right. So 2 people. 9 people. It is time to listen to the hamster. Time to listen to the hamster. I guess I'm not... I'm looking for the outlaw Josie Wales. I reckon that'll be me. You're Josie Wales? You're a wanted man. I reckon I'm right popular. Oh. That looks like little JR. Well, I do my bit, and I appreciate you saying thank you, but you guys are the ones, and the whole pantheon of heroes here is pretty long. So whenever you list anybody, you run the risk of leaving so many out. But I'm but a cog in the wheel. I don't know if we're going to go above 6, but I wouldn't bet against it. I wouldn't bet against we close closer to 7, but it might have to be tomorrow or Wednesday. All right, so let me find the call-in number. It's witchcraft. You couldn't be patient. Where were you when I was trying to get married? No one has patience with me. It's witchcraft. Yeah, it's so many. I mean, the guy that with Ham's help put together the truck, amazing credit. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say the name out, but it's Tony. It's just incredible how many people chip in and add to the fight. Good afternoon, R.C. LaBelle. Didn't, what was the song that Patti LaBelle had? Can't remember right now. Give me a second, I'll remember. Or not. Okay, I'm going to call in. Hang on one second.
To tell I'll tell you what my feeling is. All right?
All right.
All right, welcome back. Hold on a second. All right, everybody, welcome to the 2:30 Fraud Report, brought to you by, what was our nicknames? I can't remember.
The Voice, brought to you by The Voice.
The Prel commercial. Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is, again, security fraud. We're reporting to you. And I have William on the call, and William is talking to us live. He just walked away from the SEC in downtown DC. And William, I'll let you tell everyone what you feel, what you saw, and give us your opinion, because I wasn't there.
Well, number one, it's bloody hot out there and humid. But I went out and for the first time in all the times I've been down there, the place had a lot of pedestrian traffic. And they had a lot of people going in and out of the SEC, attorneys, and quite interestingly, beginning of one of my videos, everything's slow to get up, but the security guards from inside, two of them, came out, male and female, and the male security guard from the SEC was taking pictures of the truck. So I thought that was a pretty interesting event. Secondly, as I was trying to do my amateur hour videos, a couple of guys walked by, I think father and son, walked by, and they were from Arkansas, and they were taking pictures. So I said, "Are you with MMTLP?" And oh, no. And it turns out that their cousin or their niece, or that the same thing, a woman they know in their family is writing a novel on short selling. And I said, "Oh, I'd be glad to help. Contact that Ham at Ham Short Killer." And they said, "Oh, she's already got so much information and all." And I said, "Well, why did she start this?" "Well, she's a historian, and she normally does books on the Civil War. And she read an article about short selling and the corruption, and she thought it would make a good novel." So anyway, I didn't press them for their information because they didn't know me from Adam, but I gave them Ham's name, and they may follow up. There were a lot of people, only two of which seem to have completely lost their marbles in their lifetime. But there were two street people. But the rest of them, there were a lot of people going by, smiling. One woman stopped her car to read it and held up traffic. I didn't get a picture of it. So, Ham, I think it was having a desired effect today.
I just looking at the truck and speaking to attorneys that I know, they, this is our opinion, my opinion, attorney's opinion. This shit's going to get real fast. They feel that people are going to get subpoenas. We basically called out the regulators for the 10th time. And, with the Busy Brands putting up the actual streaming video of it over the weekend, you're up to about 150,000 views. That's a lot of people looking at it that now understand the crime of these two names. Again, the whistleblower complaints, I had a ton of people call up and file whistleblower complaints today while the truck was there. So the truck is the ultimate in a whistleblower complaint, because we actually have photos of it. We don't have to have an individual saying I called up. We have proof of it. The truck is right in their face. They know it. Everybody knows it. This thing is going to get real. Everyone feels that this is going to happen shortly. That's my opinion. I really believe in my heart that this is going to happen shortly. Okay, Andrew Left is saying that he's doing stories. He's living in fear of the DOJ. Well, I put a story up about Andrew Left
for Charlie Gasparino
Do you
today.
mean there's consequences for being a liar and helping the crooks?
Yes, right. And I put it up from Pat Burnside from years ago, where Patrick had the actual fails to deliver 2 days before the attack that Andrew Left and his friends did. So they short before 7 million shares, and then Left comes out and destroys it, and the stock's down 50%. So that is the same pattern they always do, and that's why he's living in fear, because he's going to get busted on one of those trades. All right, his network of people. When Left gets caught, he'll have to give up everybody to save himself out of jail. Right? That's what's going to happen.
Poor guy.
Who are the guys he was shorting those 7 million shares for, and all these other stocks that they worked on? All right. People think that this stuff goes away. The tickets never go away. You can say what you want, but the crime it lives. The paper is there. The money trail is there, and it does not go away. The Finger Motion and GTII paper trail today, I think Finger Motion today and GTII, they're just selling stock back and forth to each other. Like they'll buy stock at 75, turn around, sell it at 71. The 71 bid is them. They turn around, and when they buy it at 71, they hit the 66 bid. It's the same stock, but they're playing hot potato with it. When a buyer steps in, you can see the stock just turns around. So again, they're just looking for people to bail out. They push GTII below $1, hoping people bail out. Doesn't happen. Okay, so these things are going to get exposed. I think there's going to be subpoenas. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes, and I think that the stock will start to act a lot different, because once someone gets subpoenaed from the SEC, trust me, people start keeping their distance and want nothing to do with it. That's my opinion on what's happening here.
Well,
No,
I
listen,
think that's a lot of viewers, 150,000 for something that's not a thing.
I think people have had enough of the crime. Someone wrote on Twitter right before, they can't believe we're watching this in real time. You know, it's just, everyone's saying the same thing. Like, listen, criminals run. When you see them, when they break out of jail, they run and hide. They're on the run. These guys are standing here waiting to get picked up. I've never seen anything like it.
It's like that movie you always talk about. They're bragging.
The Big Short. That's what they said when, I forget the actor's name, Steve Carell says, what are these guys doing? He goes, they're bragging. He goes, they're that stupid? He goes, no, they're bragging. This is what these guys do. Look at the picture of Timothy Sykes on a jet with a stack of money. I sent that to the SEC and DOJ. Here he is bragging and how he's stealing money, this guy, destroying companies and stealing money. That's what they do. All right? Again, we can't stop it. If we had a badge, it would be over with already a long time ago. All right? This is a crime. We can all see it. We all know how big the short is. They can't hide it. And I guess if Jeffries is involved, they'll pay the price at the end, because whoever's here is going to walk away from these trades. The stock trading 600,000 shares. They're short 160. They can even buy back the million shares the real short is short. That's 1 million shares they're buying. They don't cover anything. If I was the DOJ, I would start by subpoenaing the real short and see who they're tied to, and then work up the ladder the other way. That's what I would do. Go for that person. Why are you short this stock? Who's your connection? Once they get it, they'll rat everybody else out and say, well, you know, Jeffrey Lynn told me to do it. You know, that's why I'm doing it. Or it is tied to Lynn. It's one or the other, something like that. But I just feel that the paper trail's not going away. These guys can play all the games they want, marking it down. We did the ultimate. We were whistleblowing with the truck at the door of the SEC on a glass building. If you don't think something's going to happen here, then everyone, I would advise you, if nothing ever happens here, take your money, never invest in U.S. equity markets, and let everybody you know stay away, because this is the final frontier. Okay, we can keep putting the truck out there, but the regulators have to do something. This is 3 years of whistleblowing. They want you to whistleblow. We're using a goddamn siren from an ambulance out here. I mean, come on. How much more noise can you make? But you got
several people are asking who's selling right now in both stocks.
Nobody's selling. There's no one selling. There's nothing. This is the same stock. They're just going back and forth, all they're trying to do is to get it to go red, so everybody gets crazy. Oh my God, it's down on the day. It's a non-event. That's what they're trying to do. They just sell back and forth. They'll buy 200 shares, sell 200 shares, drop their bids. There's nobody selling. People have been buying calls. I had one friend that bought 80,000 today. Okay? I'm not supposed to tell you, but the friend told me he bought 80,000 shares. I was even here. So again, that's what I heard. Okay, yes.
There's a couple of questions. One gentleman.
Before you get to the question, if anyone is involved in finger motion, A, go watch the CEO, and B, go read the last press release about their financials. And this is a company that can't get out of the way with everything going right because the Lynn partners and their friends naked shorting the stock. And you say, wow, this is so crazy. Why would they do that? Then I hit up BRAG. These guys owe Lynn Partners $10 million in a toxic note. And not one person sells the shares short. How come? It's the same thing. Lynn has a toxic note. Based on their performance, this stock will be 5 cents in 6 months, just like SYTA. Lynn had a debenture with them, $10 to 5 cents. It's the same thing. So Lynn is trying not to destroy that company yet. Hopefully people will buy the stock because they need volume so they can sell and get back their money. That's what they're trying to do.
You know, on your point about checking up on Finger, one of them, to me, and I listened to Mr. Shen, it was an older video, not the most recent, but he made the point, which I think falls through the cracks, on Apple Care in China. When you buy a phone and you subscribe for minutes, the cost of the Apple Care is already built into the price. So it's not a sales job. The revenue's already there, and they're getting ready to roll this out with China's 5G. So you've got 1.6 billion phones that are automatically getting ready for this Apple Care, and Finger has aligned with the largest phone warranty insurance company out of New York. I think it's just revenue sitting there to make this a monster company all by itself. Ignore the squeeze.
Right. No, that's what I say. That's why I'm very comfortable here. But it's just amazing the manipulation that everyone who's listening to these calls, who follows us, is always screaming the companies need fundamentals. And I've always tell you, I don't believe in the fundamentals because they manipulate it anyway. And here's a classic case of a company that has built it, has gotten through, broke through the clouds, has money in the bank, has monster deals, and is still manipulated and being held down. There's no value for what they've done. Since the stock came out with the earnings, the stock has gone nowhere but straight down. It went to 660, straight back down to 5. They closed it at 570 on Friday. They don't want it up on the day. Why? Again, I tell everybody, why don't they want it up? Real shorts let stocks go higher. Crooks need to push it down because they have no money. They have no margin money. You need margin money to play the game. When the stock ticks up, they have to come up with more money. And obviously, as the stock moves higher, they're in deep trouble. There's no selling, and they don't have the money to back the trades. And that's the same thing that happened in GTII. The stock went crazy. We were scratching our heads saying, who the hell is holding this margin? It's a mess. Went to $9. And it turns out that Alpine, the prime broker for the Kramers, was in cahoots with them and hiding the mess, and they got busted by the DTC. And now we have to wait for the SEC and FINRA and the DTC to actually send the final opinion and shut down Alpine. We have to wait on that, and that is on the truck. The name of John Hurry from Alpine. We actually have the proof from the court documents. It's right there. We know the short exists, and they haven't covered anything. So both of these names are center stage as far as I'm concerned, and ready to go.
I'm gonna fob this one on you, but I'll take it if you don't want to. How confident, someone's asking me, but I'm putting it off on you. How confident am I that Finger will move to the upside before the options expire on Friday? And
I in my heart, I believe that someone's going to get subpoenaed this week, and I think the stock is going to explode this week. That's my opinion. Okay? That's what I feel. They can't hold it. They can't knock it down. One subpoena at a door, and it's over with. The SEC knew we were coming with the truck. We let it be known. Okay, I put up the information about someone in fraud prevention. They didn't tell me what agency. They said they knew about the truck. They said everybody knows about the truck. I just sent the video to Charlie Payne of William at the SEC. Okay, I was kind of hoping he would join the call. Everybody knows the fraud. You've been at CNBC. You've been at Lynn's office in the streets. We've been at Fox, the DTC, FINRA, the Washington Post, everywhere. How much longer? Again, I can't believe, mafia guys would run away if you saw your name in these lights. These guys are still standing around. Listen, they can say what they want, these criminals, but the money and the paper trail always leads back to them. Lynn Partners didn't get involved in finger motion. They got involved for money, and now they're trapped. GTII, the Kramers got involved to lend them money, hoping to destroy the company, and now it's upside down. We caught them, and now we caught their prime broker, and they're both out of business. Now it's about forcing the issue about who's going to settle these trades. All right, so we know the criminals, we know all the parties, everybody's exposed. Okay, I don't know the second it starts, but I could, based on finger fundamentals, and I believe with the truck today that there's going to be subpoenas flying for information.
How do the shorts cover if they don't have any money to buy their shares back?
So all we need the short to do is just stop playing the games. You'll see the stock will have a different look. Their prime broker will say what's going on. The stock will just start gapping up. They walk away. They put their hands up. We don't have the money. Whatever money's in the accounts, the prime broker will use to buy it back. That's how it works. There's no sense. Just so you understand, whether it's the Kramers and GTII or Lynn Partners and Finger, they're not going to sit here and try to buy back the stock. They just know that they're dead. They can't do it. You can't sell stocks, millions of shares below $2 and try to buy it back at $8. They don't have the money for it. It's impossible. So they'll just go bust, and they'll have to deal with the DOJ and the SEC, and keep their ass out of jail. They'll point their fingers and they'll all start ratting each other out. That's what I see happening.
I'm just going to ask this one before I forget it. Will they sell it down to drive the options down so they can buy cheap calls to cover some of their risk?
Listen, the problem is that the company's got real fundamentals. The company has the truck in front of the SEC. I believe the eyes of Texas are on it. I mean, there's people watching it. You have to be totally insane to sit here and do a kamikaze job trying to knock it down. You're dead already. Why would you want to make it worse? If you got 2 charges of fraud, do you want to get 3, 4, and 5 on top of it? Remember, these guys are looking about going to jail for a long time. I think the SEC and the DOJ, if they're going after Andrew Left, that means they're going after the low-hanging fruit all over the place, all right? Because that guy's low-hanging fruit. And he's living in fear. You're telling me that Lynn Partners and the Kramers are sitting here popping champagne, not worried about living in fear? You know the paper trail and the money always leads to it. It's not going to go away. So, again, at the end of the day, I believe that this thing is they're going to get subpoenaed. I wouldn't doubt it if there's phone calls being made already about, getting some information, calling Finner up, dragging them into this thing. This is a slap to the regulators' face on a national stage. They cannot just ignore it. All right? They just can't ignore what you're saying here. All right? Not many people have done what the GTI and the Finger shareholders have done. William, you've done a great job. I'm glad you live in D.C. and you're able to go over there because it's a pain in the ass to get back.
It's all you, Ham.
Nah, I got nothing. I wish
You'd
I
be
was
amazed how effective you are while you're playing pickleball.
Actually, I had to go out today and play. I on days like this, I just walk away and take a break. I need to, I'm doing this 7 days a week for 23 years. And when you get a big fish on a hook like this, we just got to pull them on the boat and hit them with a club. All right, these guys deserve it. They're criminals. They're stealing your money. I speak to hold on 1 second. I can't remember his name. Okay, I spoke to one shareholder, and he is he's a handicapped man. He's been handicapped for 30 years. So I sent him a thing. He wanted to make a complaint. I sent him the complaint, the former Florida brokerage representative for defrauding seniors and disabled customers. I said, you're disabled. Call the SEC up. Here's their number. Tell them your story. Don't back down. They're stealing your money. You're handicapped. You need your money. The Kramers and these other characters, Link Partners, they're stealing money from people that are disabled. The guy's telling me on the phone he's disabled. It's a disgrace that I have to hear the complaints, and I'm not even a cop. Give me the fucking badge. I'll settle this real quick.
Well,
I'll go there with my crew. They'll be hanging out the windows. Trust me.
one person you'll be glad to know is pointing out that Jim Cramer now plays pickleball, so maybe you can go kick his butt.
I can bash it off his head.
Does barcoding indicate washing of shares? Do you know what barcoding is? It's when
it's the same. It's like a pattern, just back and forth. It's like.
Do you know what a fractal is?
It's the old video game of Pong. It goes back and forth. That's all it is. It could be a way to listen. Every trade that they take from before and they buy it, and someone sells it to them new, basically buys them more settlement time.
Hey, here's a pattern. Here's a pattern right out of that biotech company you talked about at the conference. Seeking Alpha put out a hit piece on Finger today. Yay! They must be really. That must mean that the company's really bad if Seeking Alpha is putting out a hit piece.
On Finger Motion?
Yeah. I didn't see it, but someone just said. We're
all running for the doors.
Tell the story about that biotech company just before the conference.
Okay, I'm going to go through this. I remember it like yesterday. You ready? I can't remember the year it was. But my mom passed away from breast cancer, so I was following this company, and I heard their breast cancer data was great. Okay, I have female relatives. God forbid anybody else gets sick of breast cancer. There's got to be more information. So we're following the stock. IMMU Immunomedics. The stock goes from 3 to 6. They're presenting at ABSCO, which is the premier cancer conference. I think it was in New Orleans at the time. Every one of my friends was buying it. I had 5,000 or 6,000 options on the stock that were worth probably $250,000 at the time. Thursday night at 10 o'clock at night, Adam Schwartzstein puts out a hit piece on it. Thursday night at 10, they're presenting at 8 o'clock in the morning. All right? He puts out a piece and uses the words of the headline of the story. They were kicked out of the prestigious conference for trying to show old data on their cancer trials. He got them kicked out of the conference because of that. Who cares what kind of data they're presenting about positive breast cancer data? Who wants to hide that from the world? Well, he made it sound like it was a fraud. The stock went from $6 down to $2.50. People were screaming that the company's a fraud. The data was outstanding. The stock went from 2.50 then after getting destroyed and gradually moved up and eventually was taken over by GILD for $21 billion or $88 a share based on that breast cancer data. His friends needed the cover, and he had to put a hit piece out on it. I knew it. I know it as clear as day. I owned it. I watched it happen. I screamed. I called the SEC. I called the Cancer Society. I called the company, had no idea and couldn't even answer back. That's how fast that happened. They wanted them kicked out of the conference, and they were the lead presenter at the conference. Breast cancer data worldwide. They couldn't give a shit about your mother, your sister. They can all die of cancer. They couldn't care less. I posted the story. It's a disgrace. My mom died of cancer, breast cancer, and that's why I was following it. And I'm an expert on the subject. And if the DOJ and the SEC ever wants to hear about it, I can give you the times, the dates, and everything about it. Fuck you, scumbags.
Yeah, I'm sorry about your mother.
No, listen, again, but I was sitting here fighting for the next person that was going to get it. My mother already passed, and I tried to get the exposure to help them out, and this animal wrote this story at 10 o'clock at night. Bashing it at 10 o'clock at night. That's how much he needed to get it out with a hurry. And I posted the story. It's on Twitter. IMMU. I copied it to the DOJ. He belongs in jail just for that story.
Do you think GTII is going to squeeze?
Yes.
All right. Do you think gamma squeezes start before options expire or afterwards?
I think this is like the perfect storm right now. When this stock starts to gain momentum, these would be like adding jet fuel to the rocket each time it goes past the strike. So I think the better time is now. Before the options expire. I think now's the time.
Let's see.
And I do think that the regulators will be on a mission. And I do think that today's truck was the final straw. That's my opinion.
I'm going to just read this one verbatim. It's a vicious cycle and retail will lose. The more they short, the more money they make, the more often the offshore payments to FINRA and the SEC get made, unquote.
Okay.
All right.
Tell me, the offshore payments, what do they do? They put it in bags? What do they do? I have to tell you, I agree that this is going on way too long. I don't believe anybody at the SEC or FINRA is taking any money. I think they're normal people that are just in over their head.
Yep, I agree.
And they're white collar lawyers and accountants or whatever the hell they are.
They're just trying to make their way in life, just like anybody else.
They can't. They're the type of people that walk down the street in Manhattan and don't see a crime. I can walk down the street, any street, and tell you where the trouble is. Because when I walk down the street, my head swivels, and I can tell you what corner, where's the bad thing, cross the street, move away from this, and there's something going on. These people walk right into the fire. They have no idea what they're doing. That's the difference. People from the streets understand the streets. We understand things.
That's why we never see Clark Kent when you're around.
Listen, I grew up going around New York City my whole life, 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, where everybody was, there was no one out. And New York City is not the same place anymore. I used
to here in D.C. walking home from, I used to be looking everywhere, crossing the street. It wasn't safe. By the way, it's starting to not be safe again. If all finger shares are privately held, will the company announce ownership like Porsche with Volkswagen to force a squeeze?
It's all right there. It's all on the tape already. It's right there. Do your homework. It's right there. dig into the ownership. Go read the filings. It's all. This is Volkswagen. We're telling you it's Volkswagen before it even happens yet. That's the sick part is, why isn't it running? Why isn't it going? Listen, I can't stop them. Every time the stock goes, someone sells 500,000 shares to stop it. Okay. Once they hit the sell button and they can't hit it anymore, which I believe is going to happen this week. I do believe that the SEC, the DOJ, someone has to stop this. We have made so much noise that they cannot make believe. They can't just make believe it didn't happen anymore. It's over with, as far as I'm concerned.
The title of the hit piece was "Finger Motion Needs to Seek a Path to Profitability." What the F do you think they're doing? Their revenues are growing massively, and without the criminality at the Lynn Partner and Benchmark Capital, they would have already been further along that path. They're getting there. They're going to be profitable.
They make companies go hire West Christian money. They make the companies hire Share and Tell money. They make their lawyers have to deal with West Christian and Share and Tell money, wasting time doing this. This is Fraud Street. These poor companies, MULN, spending all kinds of money on their attorneys trying to stay alive. All these companies. You have to pay for lawyers. This is not. It's all. Just remember, how does the dog wag the tail, or the tail wag the dog? Right? How does a public company be totally controlled over stock settlement, which is the tail? Right? You can't possibly. Stock settlement controls a public company. What they do doesn't matter. Look at CELU. I met the company. They took money from Yorkville. It raised $6 million. The stock hasn't had a plus tick. It got to 80 cents. I told everybody stay away from it. It's 48 cents, 49 cents, whatever the hell it is. Funded doesn't make a difference. Go read what they do for a living.
Well, this gentleman, I'm not picking on him, but this gentleman is a representative, usually in my experience. I'm glad to see this kind of feeling, because it's a sign that things are about to turn. Dave says, can't see a GTII squeeze anytime soon. Hope so, but it looks unlikely. I'm invested and it's hard to watch now.
No,
that's life.
Just stand on a corner with the guy's got a gun in your mouth. That's what you're watching. You got the same thing. Put a gun in your mouth. That's what they're doing. They're putting a gun in your mouth and they're robbing from your family. No wonder you feel uncomfortable, because that's what they're doing. They're doing it to all of us. And the SEC knows, and FINRA knows, and the DOJ knows. They need to pick up these criminals, follow the paper trails, follow the money to their LLCs, and lock them up. All right? Savvy, who just got caught with a naked short selling scheme, Savvy Management, had just bought a $10 million condo. Where did he get the money from? All right? Do the paper trail, take away the money, do RICO charges. One of these guys go to jail. They won't last 20 minutes in prison, these guys. 20 minutes. And the game changes. So I understand what you're saying. You don't think it's going to happen. Hey, you want to know something? Whoever that shareholder is, it was 60 cents. The same people said the same thing. It's never going to happen. The next thing, it was $9. $9. 60 cents to $9. You wish you owned 1 million shares at 60 cents.
Well, I think it's.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just listen. This is.
He's a good shareholder. It's just a common feeling. I think it's a sign of a turnaround. But
no, I got it. That's
that's the reason I highlighted it.
Want to hear. They want to hear people giving up. Oh my God, it's over with. It went from 60 cents to $9.
How do you know the numbers of how much is short for Finger and GTII?
We get the numbers from Tom Ronk. Tom Ronk is the expert since 2004 on compiling all the fails to deliver from all the exchanges. He gets the data. He pays for it. He has a business that does this. It's called buy-ins.net. Tom compiles. He pays a lot of money to get that information. All right. I can't get the reports on all the stocks because those are $40,000 to $50,000 reports.
I thought you were richer than Rockefeller.
Yeah, I'm not buying. I'm not buying $50,000 reports. That's what that's for sure.
Why did EDTX halt today?
They needed some more filings. They said it was a SPAC or something like that. So, listen, if you own the stock and it went to $80, I think it went there twice. If you're long and didn't sell it, shame on you. Next question. I don't know what it is. Trust me. If you didn't make money on that, then you're a buffoon.
There was a gentleman on the space call after you left it last night who spoke highly. He's a technician, I guess. It spoke highly of GTII, but he also did of MMAT. Somebody here is asking your thoughts on MMAT.
I don't know the financing and all the stuff they did. I kind of got lost in it when it was way higher, and I couldn't give you a good answer. I just don't know enough about it.
So the guy's called BAM. There's mixed opinions of him, but he says GTII he thinks is going to go to 220, then 5, then 9, and then go to 48. 19th, the 19th to the 27th of this month is his time frame.
This is what I see. Finger motion is going to run first. Finger motion breaks 10, going towards 20. I see GTI anywhere between 3 and 6. As finger motion goes higher, then GTI will just double, go from 6 to 12, and then they'll both be off and running. Again, we need the regulators to step up and do their job. That's all we're asking for. I'm not asking for any money.
In the meantime, we're trying to make the money hurt because the pocketbook is going to force action before.
Well, we've thrown the kitchen sink at these guys. If GTI has 400 million shares, that means there's 400 million shares long, right? Same thing in finger motion. So we have used the money to buy these stocks, right? The boats, everything is. This is like a tick when it's sucked all the blood. They're ready to blow up off of you. This is that's the stage we're at right now. These stocks are ready to go. They can jerk it around, do what they want, manipulate it up and down. At the end of the day, they have to buy back all these shares. All right, we're not going away. We will continue to press the SEC. We're not afraid. We're whistleblowing. We're not criminals. We're the ones reporting the crime. Follow the sell tickets. I know they're not coming back to me, and I know they're not coming back to you. So whoever's selling these stocks, okay, they need to be put away. End the conversation, because it's a lot of money they're stealing.
Here's another person that's great. He bought Finger and GTII today. How much of the 160 million short in Finger is Lind?
I believe Lynn is, listen, those 4 people you see in the photo of Lynn, there's no way those 4 people know anything about trading stocks. Impossible. They know how to defraud you with the paper, and it's like 3-card Monte. You sign a piece of paper, everything's great. The devil's in the details, as they say, right?
The devil's on the other side of the conference table.
Right. The devil's on the other side of the conference table, and everybody signs these papers, and they tell you, we can't short it, we won't do this, we're the good guys. But again, their friends, their cousins, someone is doing it for them. They're not giving it to a stranger, because then they lose control of that money. So again, these guys are doing it. Whoever is related to these characters, they're running a desk somewhere, whether it's in New York, whether it's overseas, so that they can't get arrested. I personally think whoever's playing this game now in finger motion is definitely doing it from offshore, because they don't want the feds knocking on the door, dragging them out. They're definitely not sitting on Madison Avenue, that's for sure.
Would you buy options now this week for Finger?
Listen, I am a crazy short-term option trader. Okay, so it's hard to listen to me, but that's how I made most of my money, was trading short-term stuff. I'm not a long-term. I believe this is showtime, and I believe in the front months. Okay, if I want to, and if I want to buy August, I would wait till Friday and see if the stock hasn't moved. Those prices will come down again, right?
Right.
So I always look at it, saying I can get in with a little less or the same price anyway. So I'd rather play the front month. That's how I play.
So what
don't
would you
listen-
give an example for if you had the money to do it? What would you do now or tomorrow for this week's calls and
Okay, so I
fingers?
look at it
It's
this
not
way.
financial advice.
No problem. Again, this is just option, guys. This is how I look at it. Okay, we believe this stock is going to be a monster play, right? So we think it's going to the moon. What's the big deal whether I buy the 8, 9, 10 calls for this week? It doesn't make a difference, right? I could buy the $10 calls for a dime. So I could buy 50 calls for a dime. It's $500. That's my roll of the dice for the week. If this thing takes off and goes to $15, I make 50 times 5, or I make $25,000 on a $500 investment. That's the 15. We think where it goes, imagine if it went to 50, 40 points, 50 times. That's 200,000 with no money for $500. That's the beauty, and that's what I see in the options play. If I buy next month's 10s, I got to pay 70 cents. So to buy 50 calls, it cost me $3,500 versus $500, right? If this does not work this week, the August 10s will be somewhere between 30 and 40 cents, okay? Because they take out the premium, just like they're doing now in these stocks, right? And that's why I look at it. So I can probably buy both. 10 cents now, 50 cents later gives me 60 cents versus 70 cents. I'm in the same spot. Or maybe a little better.
Here's somebody. I love that. I thank you for that advice. Here's somebody that's saying, how about we all do our own due diligence and take everything a YouTuber says with a grain of salt? I guess he's referring to me, not you, but whatever.
Well, you can say what you want, but we didn't dial you. You called us. We're telling you what we feel. We say it at the beginning. We have years of experience. You don't want to hear it? Go read someplace else. Go do something else. We are veterans of what we've done, and we're not offering you. We're not brokers. We don't get paid for anything like that. So again, don't listen to it. We're giving you our opinions. We're trying to. You can't chart security fraud. It's hard to trade options with security fraud. So you're telling me how could you take anything we say? Do we have to add that mix to it?
Sorry.
It's very difficult.
This is a mechanical question, I think. How do the shares get bought back and then fuel the squeeze? I think it's a conception, how does it happen?
Well, this is what the prime broker is going to call up Lynn, say, hey, you need more money. Lynn says, we have no more money. Okay. So they'll say, oh, we'll buy in a couple of million shares to start out with. And as it goes up, they'll say to Lynn, hey, that margin call of 150 million, since the stock is up $1, make that 180 million. Lynn goes, we don't have any more money, and they just keep doing it. You understand? It just keeps going. Lynn may say, hey, if you buy us in on some stock, we're able to come up with some money or whatever. But as soon as it moves up, it creates more margin pressure. It just keeps unwinding. And then eventually they take the sell button where the prime will say, no more orders will be accepted from Lynn Partners and Finger Motion. We will not accept it. So once they get shut down, where the prime is saying no more and they're buying it, the stock just gradually goes up until the prime says, we got to move faster because every time we move slow, we lose more money. And they run the fear of everybody running in front of them.
And they have to buy back certified, I don't know the word.
Yeah, they can't buy more. Buy-in can't be filled with more fake shares.
Right. So it might be that, as Tom Ronk said, there's a 3-week buy-in going on. It might start slowly at first, like bankruptcy, and then happen suddenly.
Right. Again, just look at the other side. You're the short seller. What are you doing? You see the truck at the FBI, the SEC building. Everyone on this call. You're the short seller. Go look at the pictures that William put up at the SEC door. If you think that there's no one coming for you, and this is all going to be nice and easy, it's not going to go buy the puts, knock yourself out.
It was Tony that organized that truck and you that raised the money, so I did very little.
Right.
why will the SEC and FINRA act now when they have done F-all for the last 2.5 years?
I agree with you on that. I think that the time has changed. When they grabbed Savvy LLC, that was, to me, is the sign of the change. They're going after these characters. That was a low-hanging fruit guy, okay? A small-time criminal, and it just shows you how much money they steal being a small-time crook, all right? There's 50, 100 of these characters out here, and I believe they're going to grab those guys. Then you see the DOJ going after the short sellers that are the bigger players. They're not going after Citadel. They're going after Andrew Leff. They need to hang some of these people. That's what they're doing. To me, that's why it's changed. GameStop, AMC, MMTLP, we've exposed the whole system. So they have to put a couple of people, hang them from the telephone pole, and say, okay, here's some of the dead bodies. We're getting them for you, because they have to put everybody at ease. The more we yell that the U.S. equity markets is fraud, trust me, it's being heard around the world.
Well,
People
the world
are
already
losing
knows
trust.
it.
I'm saying, but people are losing trust every day in the equity markets, every day. More and more. Some people think that they can go back and beat it, and they come back and they tell me they lost it. Okay? So again, you can be in a stock and Andrew Leff comes out with his team of vultures, or Hindenburg from Pennsylvania, or what's that guy, Carson Black, who's from offshore. These guys writing these negative stories, all of a sudden they'll start disappearing. You know, you can go out there at any time. You can go buy Peloton. They went after them. They went after Beyond Meat. They went after TLRY. They went after all these companies. Herbalife, I posted about. Carl Icahn killed the guy from Persian Square. All right, this is a battle that's ongoing for a long time, and I think the SEC and the DOJ are going to step up, and I do believe they're going to help us out here. Believe me, I don't believe in the system at all, and I'm saying I believe they're going to happen. So for me to have that good feeling about this thing, you know, I'm not sitting here trying to pump the stock up so it goes to 6. I really don't give a shit. The company's going to make it anyway, all right? And, you know, where are they pushing GTI to? It's going nowhere. Where you go?
So go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just babbling.
I can never tell if you're done or because, sorry. This question is, I'm sure, on a lot of people's minds. And unfortunately, I think he's got a bit of a misperception of his choices. He's asking, look, I own a bunch of calls that expire on Friday. Should I wait till Thursday and sell them if the stock stays flat? I think the bid will disappear long before Thursday. Or should I just let them expire? Maybe you can talk. What do you do now sitting on options that are sucking wind?
We have 4 days and an hour to go. I can't determine, you know, we have an eternity between here and Friday. So this is what we call like an active crime scene. We have to. I think that the stock is going to pop. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
I think that
agreed.
goes, and I think that at that point, reach out and you can make that determination. All right, these guys can't knock it down. They're not keeping it here. They're keeping it here. They're just trying to whittle it, making just to torture people. They're not really doing much damage.
It doesn't look like, I mean, recently it's not a lot of volume, so it doesn't look like they can drive it down. I'm not challenging them.
No, again, they can do what they want. I believe the federal authorities are watching the stock, and I think that they're just providing more damages for themselves. The more crimes they keep committing, the worse it's going to be. So I think that, you know, listen, the stock can spike and they can come try to knock it down. That's what I would do. All right. But they're just trying to maintain it because they don't have the money. They can't even let it go up. So it's even 100 times worse than we think. You know, these guys can't let it go up. So the only thing they can do is try to push it down, but pushing it down, and the federal authorities are watching the sell tickets. That's where the money is. It's on the sell side, not the buy side. It's on the sell side.
how do we force this cover from if the selling's coming in from offshore?
Well, the U.S. government is our partner in this. You know, the offshore people, the SEC knows where it's coming from.
Well,
You know,
and the margin calls are in the United States. They're not in Germany.
You know, right. Wherever it is, the SEC, they know what's going on here. You know, we're forcing their hands. We all know this is a big mess. They can't stop it. They're not getting paid off. They're good people. They're just dumb. Okay? The top people at the top know what's going on, and I don't believe they know how to handle another GameStop. All right? But they can't stop it. This company is a real company. It's, MULN is a real company, but they need a lot of money to build those cars. Finger Motion doesn't need the money to build cars. Finger Motion doesn't need any more partners. They have it already. It is now a money-making machine until it grinds to profitability, and then it's off to the races. All right? But many companies never earn a profit, and they go from $10 to $500. So it doesn't make a difference. AMC went to 77. It was almost bankrupt. GameStop was going was almost, they were reading its last rights at $3, and it went to 500. So when they take off, they take off. I don't control it. It's the regulators. And no one has punished the regulators more than we have. Nobody.
What's the probability of another U3 halt on Finger or GTII?
They're different. MMTLP was a complete fraud. Not by the shareholders, not by the longs. It was done, the fraud was the short sellers for filing to trade it, letting it trade. It got out of control. The short sellers were hoping people would dump it so they can cover their positions, and it got 100 times worse. That's why they had a halt on it, because they needed to stop this thing. It was out of control. Now everybody's trapped. Now they have to show these blue sheets. They'll never give you the number. So I do believe they're going to wind up settling. John Berger and the lawyers will sue. There'll be a settlement, and they'll seal it like the Credit Suisse settlement, where the Credit Suisse going out of bankruptcy, where they're going to seal it for 50 years. MMTLP will be sealed for 100 years.
We heard a lot about potential big buyers over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Are they still there? They don't seem to be there today. Do you think they'll still?
Right now, they're 575 bid for 200 shares. I don't know. I don't control it. I don't know.
That's a big buyer. 200 shares.
Yeah.
Just kidding. When do you think, on the practical side, on the fundamental side, when are the various rollouts and events with Finger happening in China, like the big data, the Apple Care, the revenue events?
It's all in motion. Just watch the CEO. He gives you every name. Listen, they've been talking to and working on the data on the Chinese consumer, all right, with Munich Re. Munich Re is one of the largest reinsurers in the world. Pacific Life Re. Okay, that's another major. No one puts their name to a public company unless they're real, because these big boys feel that the small companies can potentially have fraud and hurt them, so that they don't attach their names. Finger Motion has everybody's names attached to it. It's right there. Everybody just watch the videos. The CEO tells you everything that's going on. The names that are attached to this company, in my opinion, are insane. That's how big it is. And now they're building business like Mullen. It takes time to build a car. Finger Motion is building a consumer database for insurance. They'll be able to tell how fast you drive by your cell phone data. They can tell you what you eat, what you spend money on, whether you're an alcoholic or you smoke cigarettes or you drive too fast, all through your cell phone. Finger Motion is working with Munich Re, Pacific Life Re. They will sell you car insurance based on how fast you drive. They'll sell you health insurance by whether you're a sick bastard eating or drinking all night long. That's what they're building out. That is, and they have 1.5 billion people they're working on, selling the data to the insurance companies.
But they, according to Seeking Alpha, they have to work on profitability. It's such horse
Yeah, so they can open up. So everybody's going to open a store, and the first day everybody's going to come and they're profitable.
It's such. They're setting it up to be massive forever instead of one sugar high.
Exactly. So you're seeing. I don't want to defend the company. You can watch the videos. It's right there. Let's just talk for 1 second about the cell phone insurance, the Apple Care. The Chinese, you need your phone. There's no money in China, so everybody uses their phone. The Chinese government wants everyone to have a phone that's insured. This way, when it breaks, you're still alive because they need people to have their phones. All right? So they're charging them a certain percentage of dollars a month. Goes through a year. It's like $100 a year per phone. All right? They need to pay this insurance. It's built into the price. So if you're paying $45, maybe you pay $50 or $52 a month, and you get your phone and it's insured. If it breaks, AIZ will fix it. That's what the insurance is about. What's the breakdown of, let's say, $100 a month? Well, I heard it was $50 for AIZ, $25 for the telecoms, and $25 for Finger. Now, do the math.
That's pretty impressive numbers. You should repeat that. 25% for Finger of what? $50 a month or 40 or whatever the.
No, out of 100.
Out of 100. That's a lot of
$100 for the year. $100 a year.
Okay, on let's say 500 million phones, it's a lot of money.
1 million phones. Just making 1 million phones. They're going to get $25 a million times for nothing.
For nothing. But Jenny points out that this hit piece in Seeking Alpha is a sign that we're over the target. That it's a sign of weakness.
Absolutely. Listen, everything is right there. The revenue is growing like crazy. All right, it's not going backwards. They didn't go from 15 million to 11 million. They went from 15 million to what was it, 35? What is it? That was for the year, 30 something. And this quarter went from 4 million to 12 million.
Is there any word from Wes? It's been 6 months since we've heard from him.
I'm not, Wes it's a public company. He doesn't communicate when anything affects a public company. And I can't ask him because it is a public company. I don't want to know anything. So I'm not allowed to do it.
Can Finger close above $6 today?
Does it make a difference?
I don't know. It's a question.
It doesn't make a difference to me. Listen, the stock is telling me that the regulators are close. All right? Because if you look at it, if you're standing in the bank and you know the police are coming, eventually you got to leave the bank, right?
What do you think of the EDTX halt? Can they do that to Finger?
No, these are public companies. That was a company was a SPAC, and they said they were missing some paperwork. So they just tried to listen. If they don't have their paperwork, well, that tells you that the regulators are watching the short squeezes, right? That's for sure. And if you own the stock and it went from here to $78, I told you always try to take a little off the table as they go. That's what you're supposed to do. I know nothing about that company, by the way. I know nothing about it.
Something just came in and out of my mind, but Chinese stocks are very hard to do due diligence on.
That's right. That's why Finger Motion is easy to do it because it's based in the U.S.
It's a New York firm.
It's a lot easier. It's very straightforward. The CEO speaks perfect English. You'll be mesmerized watching him. That's how good he is at it. Go watch it. He's meticulous, even keeled, and he lays it all out like a baby. You can understand it.
What do you? Someone's asking about MULN, and I don't know the specifics, but let me see. 5 billion shares outstanding. Is that true? Do they have to do a reverse split?
I can listen. This guy's let it go down the rabbit hole so far. In my opinion, He's going to do a big reverse. He's going to raise money. Maybe he is doing it now. He'll raise money, to get him for another a year. He'll destroy everybody, and then he'll do a major reverse, kill everybody, and then in 2 years from now, we'll all be driving an MULN car and say, "Oh my God, this company's a fantastic company," and he's going to sit there and say, "Well, sorry, I killed all the early investors, but that wasn't my fault." That's what's going to happen.
I'm being asked repeatedly, which I don't mind, but I guess it's an important question. Why are there so many November $2 calls in finger traded? My guess is there are no Septembers or Octobers, but anyway, what's your answer to that, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It's just people moving their bets out a little bit further. They get to take a little time. Whatever.
I like this answer from Kitteridge. That's a great name. Squeezes usually have halts on the way up. Heads are going to spin.
Listen, again, you have the regulators and all the stocks that you're following. Does MULN have the regulators looking at the short sellers in that stock? I don't see anybody standing up for them. I don't see anybody standing up for BBIG, CEI, CELU, blah, 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 blah. Finger Motion and GTI have a gang of people that have called the police. We're calling the police, okay? People don't call the police. People go, "Oh, you're just pumping the stock." We're calling the police. What more can we do? We're calling the regulators, all right? So for anybody who says that we're pumping a stock, we are calling the police. No one is doing what we have done for 3 years straight. Okay, we go out of our way to call the regulators. I met with the FBI. We called the regulators. We've done everything possible. Okay, when this does explode, there's shame on them for allowing it to continue and grow. It's not our fault. The SEC, by dragging their feet, has allowed this thing to turn into a monster. I didn't do it. They did. And now how do you clean it up? And this is a company, and Finger Motion is a company that is on the up and up and doing real revenue and doing real business. Now what do you want to do?
I don't think you said this, but someone's asking you. Ham said before, if it doesn't happen for Finger within the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's not going to happen.
What I believe I said is that I believe this is a short-term hit now. I do believe this is showtime, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be standing here in December telling you it's going to happen. This is showtime. We threw haymakers at the SEC, the DOJ, everybody, to alert them about what's going on here.
Can you go over why you think Finger is set up to move now as opposed to from here to eternity?
I think that the option exposure, I think the truck exposure, the company's fundamentals, they've all converged at the same time. And that's what tells me it's ready to go.
Do you think the buying in the stock over the last 3 or 4 weeks has only been us?
No, I think there's real players standing around.
Right. Somebody's saying, I'll buy a car from MULN after the squeeze. That's pretty good.
I'm just saying that's what's going to happen. He's going to raise the money, and it'll be the next Tesla, but every investor will be wiped out. That's what happens.
They used to call it cram down, but you just have a little bit. You'll have a tiny bit of it instead of anything that's significant.
I had a friend that lost an ROOT. He bought 100,000 in the IPO at 27. So was that $2.7 million? His whole investment's worth 90,000 now.
I spent
not even 90,000. Not even 90,000. I think it's 45,000.
I spent about 2.5, 3 years doing a lot of hard work, travel and spending money, investment banking for a medical company. I got paid in shares, and they're now worth $8. Anyway, the company's doing great, by the way, but it's the same story.
Right. That's what they do. That's what they do.
I had a question here. Do you agree with Tom Rock that the buy-in has begun in
Well, we
Finger?
passed his number. Listen, I don't know what Tom's thinking. I'm not part of his thinking. But I can tell you what I see. The stock looks to me like it's ready to explode. You add in the options, you add in the fundamentals, and then you add in the regulators that were just basically abused by the truck at their front door. All right. So if you want to be a sick bastard and keep shorting into it in front of it, that tells me that we're dealing with people offshore. That tells me that that's more likely that they're going to be shut down. All right. These guys are going to be shut down. The SEC is watching this thing. There's not even a question. The whole building is glass. Every enforcement agent in the building is looking at this thing. Everyone.
One person is pointing out that revenue out of China is completely unreliable. And I don't think that's the case in the case of Finger, but if you choose to answer on that, you can. I think when you're talking $1.6 billion phones.
So I agree with you. So anything that Apple does and Tesla does or Starbucks sells in China, I take with a grain of salt that it's all fake. They're fabricating those sales, I guess. Right? So when Tesla comes out and says their car production's great in China, their sales, we'll take it with a grain of salt because she's saying nothing out of China can be trusted.
I think that if it may be true, but the numbers are so big, if you get a lower part of the big projection, you're still looking at a middle class that's 3 times the size potentially of the entire United States. So
listen, I've been to China, and if you haven't been to China, these people are more capitalist than we are. They spend money. They're out. They're eating restaurants. They buy the best clothes. They buy pocketbooks. They're dressed. They're like we were 25 years ago. Everyone's dressed up. Everyone looks great. They're driving fancy cars. Their cities. Everything is growing. Okay, so I don't believe the misinformation that the U.S. puts out about the Chinese economy. I've been there 4 or 5 times, and every time I go there, the place is just booming, even Macau. So I've been to Macau a bunch of times. So again, these things, everyone uses their phones. Finger motion is in the phone business. They're not in the food business. They're not the car business. They get paid off of the cell phones that people charge up on their phones. They take the data from the cell phones and repackage it for the insurance companies. They're selling insurance on the phones. There's 1.5 billion phones in China. What more can you say? Just watch what they're doing. And then you look at the short sellers trying to, mark it down to show you that the company's not doing well. Really?
I don't think this gentleman is pointing out that China's economy is in a free fall. It may be. But even in the United States, if we have a recession or we have a COVID shutdown, what I notice is people are glued to their phones. So I think when you're in the business
just listen,
of revenue from minutes,
everybody on this call, your phone bill is going to come, and you don't pay it. And then they call me back and write me a letter, tell me how you don't use your phone anymore. Everybody's hooked on their phones all around the globe. The Chinese people have to buy minutes to keep their phones alive. They have to buy insurance to get a new phone. Finger motion, that is their business. Plain and simple. Will you give up your phone? And everyone on this phone is going to say no, absolutely not.
You got to like this young man, Steve Raven. Lots of laughs, I guess. Every time I listen to this channel, I end up buying more GTII and Finger. Let's go.
Well, listen, we're saying exactly what it is. There's no one selling the stock but the manipulators. We ratted out the manipulators. We went to the front door of the SEC. We did it for you. No one on this phone call has ever had a stock you invested in that had people that are doing this, standing up for you, people you don't even know that are helping us standing behind us here. There's lawyers, there's you name it, everybody's here.
It's incredible that, you know, the 150,000 views of that video reflects a fraction of the people involved here. And when you listen on the calls, how many people have put their work in to make a difference on this issue? It's not going back to where it was.
No, listen. The truck is thousands. It's 100,000 people whistleblowing to the SEC at one time. We've had people.
Look at the spread right now, Ham.
Where is it? I don't know.
561, 584.
Right. Listen, they'll close it in. They always got 100 shares for sale. They keep the spread close because they want you to think
They just crossed something. It's, I don't know, like 40,000 shares, 30,000 shares.
Right.
I don't have that live.
If anyone can post time and sales of what just happened, please post it. I missed it.
Have you ever considered being a comedian?
No.
I think it's almost laughable thinking you would be a comedian.
I'm not. Listen, I'm sick and tired of actually having to make these calls to help people through this problem of security fraud. I don't know how it got dumped onto me, but I can't leave my friends, family that's involved in these stocks and walk away. I just can't do it.
They're trying to show their power right now, and they get it down 15 cents. This gentleman signed in late, and I think it's a reasonable question, although I think there's two different, there's the shorts and then there's the option
just hold
traders.
Up for a second.
Yep.
Guys, hold up for a second.
Yep.
So the seeking alpha piece will give the shorts some coverage. So for a reason to sell today, say they needed something to combat the truck. So if anyone's selling, they're saying, oh, we saw the seeking alpha piece. That's what they're doing.
Ah, that makes sense. Do you think the market makers are going to take down the stock to get the premiums out of the calls to earn
Market makers have nothing to do with this. Listen, the market makers are all dead and buried. These are LLCs that are going through the market makers. There's no one here anymore. If the market makers were so profitable, why do they're all gone? No one has them anymore. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they give all their trades to Citadel. There's no more trading desks. Anyone on the outside anyone who's working, for example, working at a a vertical group, VERT, they only take orders for criminals. Okay, we have that guy Fancy Pants, Rob Schaefer. He's only taking orders from criminals. He has no retail order flow. He gets it from hedge funds that he's worked for over the years, and he's a destroyer. He's a naked short seller. That's what he is. They sit there and do nothing until they're told what to do. And then they try to steal 10 grand, and that's what they do. There is no more market makers.
It's now 554 on maybe 40,000 shares traded while we're talking. I mean, it's so manipulated. If the SEC is watching this, why aren't you going after it?
They put the story out, the seeking out, because they can use it as interference and say, hey, I sold it because of this. But again, it's the same nonsense. Just another trick in their bag. That's all it is.
This is Ham for president. Hopefully the last couple of days of torture. Someone's asking if Brad Pitt will play you in the movie. No, he's asking you, will we ever see you afterward?
Danny DeVito.
Huh?
Danny DeVito will play me.
Danny DeVito. That would be a good guy to play you.
I'm an always sunny in Philadelphia fan, so that's what I watch.
You'll get that wise acre.
Right.
So
again, listen, everyone. I'm fighting for everybody. People like William, and there's 100 other ones. I can't name of everybody on Twitter that's helped out, wasted their lives here trying to help us all. Because if we can't kill them here, they're going to slaughter you in every stock and that everyone owns. You don't stand a chance. All right. No one's calling the FBI. No one's calling the DOJ, the SEC. We've done it all multiple times. Okay. If they're not gonna cooperate, then you don't ever stand a chance of making a penny in the equity markets. And I'll be the first to tell you: sell whatever you have, go bury it, go buy a wheelbarrow and hide your money. I don't care where you dig a hole, put it in a can, because this is strictly a criminal operation. That is, if we don't fix it here, it will never be fixed. And just go buy puts and just do like everybody else does: buy puts. And just post on Twitter that the company's a fraud, the CEO is selling stock, and and the stocks will go down and you can live forever. Do like everybody else does. Right? All you have to do is yell the company's committing fraud. No one can stop you. It's freedom of speech, right? Like this guy just is seeking out for peace. The company's never going to get to profitability. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, he's not reading anything. He was just a paid guy.
Well, I'll tell you what. They weren't going to get to profitability per share that mattered with Lynn Partners' deal. They got out of that deal. They hired Wes to get out of that deal.
Right. That's what I'm trying to show you, that the devil is right here in the details. It's Lynn Partners. Lynn Partners that's the paper trail. No one's shorting this stock unless they had some sort of debenture. No debenture, they're short and they can't cover. That's what we're dealing with. We have someone who's trapped, who can't get out. We all know. Same thing in GTII.
One gentleman here thinks it's going to turn on Wednesday. And I think people that own options need to understand the reason you recommended July is they were cheaper, not August. But it can still run between now and Friday. It may not, but it could.
I'll give you a story. I bought a couple of thousand USX calls. The stock was $28.50. I had the 30 calls, and I think I put $20,000 into the calls because that was the next strike. It was
How many days to go?
Oh, I had 2 weeks to go.
2 weeks. Okay.
But I was a point and a half out of the money, and it was USX. It moved like a snail. This isn't like a high-flying stock. Back in the day, it was $28.50. Dead in the water. With 10 minutes to go on option expiration, Carl Icahn came in and bought like 20 million shares of stock. Took it from $28.50 to $33. I sold them at $3. I think I made $250,000 with 2 minutes to go in the day. And my options. And that's a true story.
So I don't know if you've been pickleballing it. Have you watched enough to guess the short percentage today?
I'll take a guess right now. Basically, there's not that much volume, so I'll say the short percentage will be somewhere between 350 and 430, something like that. 350 to 430. There's been a lot of playing around since I've been watching. That trade that you talked about, the 40,000 shares, sound like a wash trade.
Right. It looked like it. I don't know exactly how much it was, but
I don't know the number, but that sounded like a wash trade. Every share is bidding for 200 shares, and all of a sudden 40,000 trades.
It might have been 30, whatever it was. It was big.
Whatever the number is, there's no bids, and all of a sudden there's a big trade. So that means that the buyer and the seller knew each other.
So we have 12 minutes to see it out till the close. There aren't really any more questions.
3:47. I didn't even know what time it was. I'm sorry.
3:47.
Again, I believe that the seeking alpha piece is something to run interference for them. It came out the day the truck was here. They knew that they can't sell because obviously the SEC will be following the sell tickets today. And all they're going to say is, hey, we had a seeking alpha piece. That's why I sold it today.
I couldn't believe that the one security guard came out taking pictures with a sidekick, and then later you'll see me walk across the street. I did that because another security guard came out, a woman, and she was, I don't know if she shows in the picture, But anyway, she came up. I thought she was going to go talk to the truck driver. She didn't. She just kept going. But they kept looking at it today. So I really think it's a big deal.
Oh, there's no question. Listen, there's no question this is a big deal. You basically watch the truck slap the regulators in the face. They want people to whistleblow. The truck is there whistleblowing, and here it is. You're telling me that they're not paying attention to it? I think there's tremendous liability on the regulators at this point for not doing their job. I really think that there's tremendous liability, and just like the liability in MMTLP, which will pay off, by the way, I think there's tremendous liability in the Finger and the GTI because people have called them out about this crime. We're watching it in real time, and they've not done anything. So I think there's tremendous liability on the regulator side, and I do think that they're going to do something. These guys are desperate to put a stupid story out, trying to run interference so they can sell and short more. That's so old school, it's ridiculous.
The gentleman here is saying we need some good news on Alpine. I'm not sure we do. I think Alpine's toast already.
No, Alpine's dead. Listen, Alpine's dead in the water. Everyone's waiting to see this news. There's no way they're coming out of that alive. There's not even a question. They're bigger criminals than Lynn.
That's a good point. Ring the Bell says Alpha is not what it looks like. Anybody can publish crap on I used my own word, but
what was that? I'm lost.
She said anybody can publish unverified information. So somebody's saying it doesn't look like the professional buyers are in here today. I don't know. I think they are.
So everybody has to understand, professional buyers are here for themselves. They don't
Exactly.
care about you. Trust me, I used to handle professional buyer orders, and I would sit there and say, hey, there's 100,000 offered at 560. There's 549, and then we sit there and we'd be waiting for them to come down, because they always felt that if you take it, you'll begin this upward trend and you won't be able to buy stock.
Right.
That's how they think. Believe me, I've done it. I used to
Do
call them
they
and say,
think?
hey, man, take the 100. Take the 100. I get paid 6 cents a share. It's a big commission for a broker.
You can't answer this question, but it's repetitive. Are you going to see anything from the Next Bridge shares held in my account? Am I going to see anything? Will I ever see anything from Next Bridge shares in my account?
I do believe that the SEC and FINRA, probably working with the lawyers, are coming up with an idea how to fix this problem. This is not a small problem. If there's 500 million shares short, that's a monster problem. They can't just fix it in a minute. The longer it goes down, the better it is for the shareholders. I know it sucks. Your money's tied up. I got it. But everyone has to understand the system is completely fraudulent. GTI and Finger Motion are fighting back to help break the system. MMTLP has helped us out tremendously. It's added pressure that no one can ever think that we ever have before. We're pressing the bet with the truck right now, trying to help break MMTLP, GTII, Finger Motion, and whatever comes down the pipe. All right? All the companies are behind us. They're hiring West Christian. Everyone's hiring lawyers, attacking short sellers. You don't think the SEC knows there's a problem? Everyone's hiring a lawyer to sue people.
I didn't think it was a thing.
Right. That was Matt Levine who wrote that story. That's make-believe, right?
What a jerk. What a jerk. What's going on with GTII?
Nothing.
Okay.
It went up to 137. They knocked it down. It bounced back up. They knocked it down. Obviously, there's a margin problem. They're trying to hold it down. Remember, real shorts, let the stocks go higher. Why wouldn't they want to sell it at $1.50 too if they thought they can win? They can't win. That's why they're trying to knock it down. They want you to bail out. I can't stop that. But these guys are trying to cover. That's what they're trying to do. This is a sign of desperation. There's signs of desperation, and they're standing there with a flare telling you they're trying to buy it back. And everybody wants to see it in 30 seconds. So do I. We want to see it scream, go on, go buy some ice cream, and see you later. We all want to do the same thing. But unfortunately, you're dealing with tremendous fraudulent activity. And it's not easy to break it.
Somewhere since the stock started to move about 3 or 4 weeks ago, there's a $600 million loss. And it's still there. It's gone from $1.50 to $5.50.
Right.
It's huge.
Well, listen, again, the Seeking Alpha story today, which I knew nothing about, is obviously them trying to get some coverage so that they can sell some more and use that story to try to make a short.
They're just watching. There's no volume here. What's your opinion of AMC and AME and APE? And
listen, I'm a believer in the movie theaters. I love the movie theater. I think I'll start with GameStop. I think GameStop hired that guy for a reason. The guy from Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen is a short buster. He hates the shorts. Obviously, he made a fortune squeezing the shorts, him and his friends. So I think GameStop, there will be a plan in place to squeeze the shorts at some point. I don't know what his crazy idea is, but I wouldn't bet against the guy. AMC is a different story. The CEO has sold the investors down the river a couple of times. I don't know why he doesn't stand up and fight. Obviously, he's made a lot of money. He sold his stock. He raised money. He can enjoy his life, and he's just going to run it. He's just saying, screw the short selling stuff. I'm just going to sell popcorn and whatever hell crazy thing he's doing to make money. That's what he's doing. That's what I say.
I think this question doesn't quite understand the setup. On the other hand, it's a reasonable question. Why does the DTC allow continued shorting of counterfeit shares when they're going to absorb the cost in the long run?
The system is broken. So basically, when we buy a counterfeit share, you think you're buying a real share. Then your broker lends it out. The DTC is different. It has its own stock borrow program. So when you buy the share, the DTC says your share, William, is not settling. So they'll take my share and lend it to William, and it looks like it settles. That's their own internal stock settlement system. They do their own. I forgot the term. I forgot what it's called. It's their own stock settlement system. They have their own where they just move it around. So basically, if I own 1 million shares, and that's all the shares in the company, William buys 1 million. His trade is never going to settle, so they take my share into DTC, the stock borrow program. That's what it's called. They lend it to William, and then let's say William's girlfriend buys 1 million shares. They take William's stock and lend it to her. So my 1 million shares has now been lent out twice. That's the stock borrow program, and the DTC will tell the world, "Hey, we settle all trades. That's what we do."
Plus, the DTC is the brokerage firms, and they make a lot of money on this crap. So
right.
The prime brokers do.
What happens is the prime broker is the first line of defense before it gets to the DTC. GTII, we eliminated the Kramers and we eliminated the prime broker. So this mess is definitely going to the DTC. And they told us. Now, if you don't think Wes Christian has seen the documentation that Alpine has a concentrated short position in GTI provided, thank you, by the DTC to us, that's not a problem. We need to know, how big is that concentrated short position? Where did they cover it from? Where did they sell it? Why is a prime broker shorting the stock? Who are you to do that? They're not a trading firm. Who are they doing short the stock? So there's a lot of questions that need to come out. I can't force the issue because I'm not an attorney and I'm not the SEC. But those are the questions that have to be answered, and they're not going away.
So this question has a lot of certainty in it that I don't think is justified. But they say, we are going below Ham's $5.27 price in fingers soon. What are your thoughts after that happens?
Well, let's get below Ham's $5.27 number. That isn't my number. It's Tom Ronk's number, by the way. I don't have any numbers. I don't chart fraud. It's hard to dictate fraud. They can manipulate doing anything they like. So I don't believe in any of those numbers. But those are professional people. So what I can do is I will never report anything again. We'll all play this in the dark. This way I don't have to hear the questions for it.
So do you
What's
have
the
any,
number? I
look,
don't
I'm
know the
sorry,
number
I shouldn't have asked it, but I'm what the heck? I'm not scared of any question, but
No, I'm not saying that, but I can't predict. I told
Exactly.
you 50 times, charting fraud is impossible. They changed the chart patterns by selling stocks. Who would waste their time on a chart? You're out of your mind. I tell you that every day.
the prediction is difficult just in general. Well, we expect to squeeze, but then to make a 1 day prediction or a 1 week prediction is virtually impossible.
Listen,
Do you
I
have?
wanted this-
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted this over 2 years ago. But we have Lynn Partners. They're a complete fraud. They belong in jail, and I'll be the first guy when they're in the trial to go there and throw a tomato at them. Scumbags.
Do you have any information on Vocal?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I have everybody in it. I can tell people my friends own it. My daughter owns it, and we all own it. So, again, I can't speak for what he's doing. Again, it's out of my league.
From Schwab, 3 times in the last 5 minutes, quotes are unavailable. Only limit and stop limit orders are accepted. So I see a lot of questions I don't trust. We just closed at 5:45.
Tell whoever said that saying thank you, you're correct. Next question. Thank
I
you
like
very
this
much for the
one.
information.
Fudsters can go fud themselves. That's pretty clever.
What does that mean, Fudsters? I know
Fud,
what that
go
means.
fud. Fear, uncertainty, doubt. Fud, fudsters.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, I don't play in that world. That means nothing to me. All right. If you're afraid, you got to move to the sideline. I agree. That's just the way it is. This is a scumbag game. This is your family's money. Where if we don't win everything you ever done in the equity markets, you'll be robbed. You can go play any stock you like, you're going to get robbed.
I think if FINRA, SEC, somebody's watching this, they should note that after 3 weeks of millions of shares traded in Finger, in the course of the last, half an hour, less than 100,000 shares brought the stock down 25 cents in a coordinated, fraudulent, illegal, manipulated way. And you have the computers to investigate that, and you do nothing. But anyway, that's just my little.
We say that, and listen. I'm not for them, and I'm telling you, I believe it's coming to a head. And I hate these guys more than anyone for not doing anything, and I believe it's coming to a head.
Well, you can't keep a good man down, and you can't keep a beach ball below the water line.
Right.
So
They can sit there and do all they want. You go look. I'm telling you, I was in GameStop at 3 3/4. It was doing nothing, back and forth. It popped, it went down, it went up, it went sideways. People didn't believe it, and then all of a sudden one day, now everybody saw it. So again, I can't control it. If I had a gun in the badge, it would be over with already.
that's frightening.
So that's what I
had it.
say. So there's nothing I can do. Anyway, listen, I had enough. Have a good night. William, thank you very much for your time today. And everyone have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ham. Bye. Poor guy gets asked the same questions over and over again. And I agree with whoever just told me that I should screen the questions better. That's probably true, but I'm not the best at what I do. Thank you very, very much, Clay McSpadden. I like and appreciate your style. Late lunch with my coffee. Late lunch with my... Someday I'll have somebody to have a late lunch with. Thank you, Jewelry Affairs. So it's 4 o'clock. I don't know that I've been a little depressed after the tennis yesterday, but I've also just, the heat takes out of it. I'll go on for a while now if you want me to, but there's part of me that doesn't really want to because I don't have much to add. I think the price action in Finger here, it's all perfectly normal. And unfortunately, it's happening in the week the options expire. But, it could change on a dime. We could be at 8 or 9 tomorrow. And we could be at 30 tomorrow. Or we have to wait. I mean, that's the unpredictability of it. Yeah, it's up 6 cents, Mr. Photographic. Mr. Inappropriate. That's what these 3 women used to sing. Actually, it was one, and then the other would join in, but she had a great voice. Because I used to ask or say the uncomfortable question or thing. Yeah, Rondell, I like that. I like that suggestion. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can really add to what Ham said. To those of you asking questions on logic and Go Logic, I'll try to answer them right now, but I'll also try to do a video. But those aren't questions for Ham, so that's why I didn't address them while Ham was on the call. Just as simple as it can be, they're both being shorted because these geniuses see an opportunity to sell the shell, and they don't do very much analysis. So Logic, as you know, is distributing the core engine of its operations to Aubrey SPAC. Aubrey SPAC is going to de-SPAC, and you're going to have Data Logic. Then you're going to have Logic. The shorts are figuring, well, we can short it down. It's just a shell, and we can cover later. But what they're not factoring in is that Logic already has, and this is from Brent's discussions with you, a transaction that's bigger than the one that they let lapse, which was worth 40, 50, 60 cents a share. So that's expected to close essentially simultaneously as the distribution to the SPAC and then the de-SPAC. That is and will be a NASDAQ listed company. It's trading at 10 something right now. There's plenty of deals that are they're screening, and I expect a lot of activity on the deal front in both Data Logic and Logic. Your one piece of paper becomes 2 pieces of paper. Why is it taking so long? Well, there were questions sent back. I think it was unexpected to Aubrey SPAC and to Logic from the SEC. You're awaiting SEC approval, S4 approval. That's expected this week or next week. I would guess it's next week since they had to answer some questions, but you don't know. It's a bureaucrat. It's a process. Once it's done, it sets all this chain of items in motion. I think Logic's bingo point is somewhere in the next, I'd say by September 1 and maybe a lot sooner. Data Logic is a very similar story. Data Logic is distributing its, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say fintech technology. There's more involved. There's AI and all that, into recruiters.com. Recruiters.com is a publicly traded company. It too will be NASDAQ. That's their goal anyway. Now, I think Recruiters has been subject to short selling. They have to do a little bit of financial engineering. The ratio hasn't been set. There may be a reverse split, but it's not to honor one of these toxic convertible notes. It's not to stay on an exchange. It's to get this deal done. Now we're at 544 on Finger. So Brent discussed publicly in his last public discussion that they have, Recruiter.com screened 25, if I remember it correctly, various candidates that they would merge their shell into, or maybe you say it the other way around. But they wanted to monetize the value of their shell. They screened 25, to my memory, companies out of the universe. Out of all of that, they picked GoLogic because of GoLogic's management, because of the technology they have is built for speed, built to grow. And what Brent said publicly is there are 10 deals he's looking at, and I believe 3 of them might already be very close to fruition, which should be announced at the same time or thereabouts or beforehand when the GoLogic deal separates. So GoLogic will become the core business will become recruiters.com, headed to NASDAQ. It's not going to be called that. My guess is it'll be called I don't know. I can't hazard a guess. Then the GoLogic shell will contain the Gamma Ray acquisition, which to my memory was almost $1 billion of assets, more on the financial side. And they have deals there as well. So you've got the same story. One company becomes 2 companies. Both cases, Logic and GoLogic, are targeting a run rate, when you look at the combined companies, of over $100 million per year by, let's say, by the end of this year or by the end of 12 months. These are huge numbers. So I do think GoLogic's transition will be closer to the third quarter of this year rather than this summer. Logic, I think, will be this summer. But I think, if I had to pick a price target, I think Logic easily becomes $1.50, the combined, they'll split out soon. And I think GoLogic becomes, $4 or $5 by the third quarter. But then if you can wait a year, I think you're looking at, perhaps $8 to $10 in Logic, the combined company, and maybe you're not going to believe me, but I think GoLogic could be worth $20 a share if you give it a long enough time frame. What else do I need to tell you on those? I'll try to do videos on both, but I think right now the action is in Finger. The one thing I wanted to tell you, and I've told you before, the reason Finger was introduced to this large group who reportedly invested in and made Top, for example, run, and other companies, was because of the management, because of Brent Sun at Logic, at GoLogic, introduced these large, for lack of a better word, Asian investors to Finger. So there's a lot of similarities and a lot to like, and I think we should have a lot of gratitude to Brent Sun for making that introduction. So those are my answers on Logic and GoLogic. Any stats on volume and impact of day traders in the market? If the stock goes up a buck or two, my mind was going the other way. I was thinking of shorts that day trade. You're talking about longs day trading. Yeah, they could, if they bought at 540 and it went up $2 tomorrow and they got out, would that limit the move? Maybe temporarily. But I also think there's shorts day trading. And so far, these shorts must feel pretty good with themselves. Since, I don't know, 3-4 days ago, the stock was $7. They've got it down to, $1.50. They must be feeling peachy keen. It's not going to last. And so I think your argument also works the other way. What happens when they start buying back their shorts? So it's a yin and a yang. I gave him, you know what I gave him, Jenny? I gave him a cod. He got some cod skin and he loved it. Thank you, Jenny O. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, I agree with what Hector Gillian is saying. If they can sell naked every day, why would they stop now? Well, it's true. They keep doing it. But they'll stop when the prime broker no longer takes their orders. They'll stop when the stock price is much higher, or I don't know the magic number. They'll stop when the brokers are asking for more money in the account. They'll stop when there's a lot of buying and the stock starts to run. They'll stop. But you're right. This is the problem. Gary Gensler does not care about the over-the-counter markets. Does not care. He has zero interest. And when he does catch somebody out, he slaps them on the wrist. He doesn't understand what happens. He asks for a regurgitation of the specific profits that occurred within the toxic note contract. He doesn't take into account that the toxic note is just there to protect against the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of shares that are sold outside of the contract. He doesn't even go after that. He doesn't care what happens to the United States Treasury. He doesn't care what happens to companies and investors. He just doesn't care. And if you want to know a definition of evil, my definition of evil, if you know something's wrong going on and you don't care, I don't know how you look yourself in the mirror. Well, Da Hobler, I mean, it has been happening in all these stocks. That's the whole fraud. What's different this time? I don't know any of you guys selling while Finger went down. In fact, I noticed a lot of people buying. I think there's going to be some disappointment on people that their call option premium disappeared. But you have to remember, and I own those calls. I own the July 8s, the July 9s and the July 10s. And these could all expire worthless. Or the stock could run. But they were much cheaper than the August calls. So should I decide to do it, in next week, beginning of next week, I can replace these 8, 9s, and 10s, or maybe 7s and 6s in August. And then that'll give me 4 weeks to see if the squeeze happens. I understood that when I got these, the risk reward, small amount of money at risk for a big return if it happens. And just to be clear, I think Finger could go up tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I have no crystal ball, of course, but these shorts, whether it's one account or many accounts, have lost in about 3 to 5 weeks on paper $4 a share, possibly on 150 million shares. That's big numbers. So the other thing is, I think the backdrop's changed. Money isn't for free anymore. It costs money to borrow money. Now, the Fed and the Treasury were giving people that buy houses and flip them, people that buy the big hedge funds, the stock market guys, giving them money for free. Pay 0.5%. It's not that way anymore. It's more expensive. Liquidity is down. The SEC is filing some charges, even though they let 42 people off the hook Friday night before a 3-day weekend, and we don't know who those are. They did come out against Savvy. They are making at least a show of enforcing some of the rules, but or partially enforcing some of the rules. But they want to protect, my opinion is Gary Gensler wants to protect the massive amount of profit that Goldman Sachs makes in this business. Gary Gensler is there to protect Goldman Sachs. The people at FINRA are there to protect Goldman Sachs and the other players, all the other players that follow along with Goldman Sachs. And I'm not talking every person in Goldman Sachs. I'm talking their prime brokerage and the people at the top that know. The banks are here to take money from you while the system's running. And they'll go live in New Zealand. They're not on your side. And they're not good people. Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan. He's a clever man, but he's not on your side. Whoever it is running Goldman Sachs, Blinken or Bloomfield, can't remember the name, I apologize. He's not a good guy. They're looking out for themselves. But anyway, they don't want to lose money. And that's the angle Ham is on, and that's the angle I'm on, is when this gets expensive, they're going to cover. And that's how they think. They will, unlike you, unlike me, when they have losses that they can't control, they'll cover. Now, right now, they think they can control this. But what's different? You are different. Believe it or not, you're different. You don't realize how much you've changed over the last 6 months or a year or 2 years. You are different. So you're buying in. You're not selling when it sells off. You're not panicking. Now, I'm not a diamond hands guy. I'm not a diamond hands guy. But the setup for finger right now, I'll use an example that might annoy people. I have no idea where AMC is trading, but I know I talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago. There was a chance to sell AMC, get into finger at less than 1-for-1. I don't know. Now it costs more than 1 share of AMC, I think, to buy 1 share of finger motion. But had you done that 2 weeks ago, you establish your tax loss. You're already 2 weeks into the time frame to establish the tax loss. It's 30 days. So I always wait 31, 32 days to be sure. 2 more weeks, 2.5 weeks, depending on the month. You know, 31 days, 32 days. You could sell finger and buy back into AMC if that's what you thought, but you've established a tax loss. You took action. And a tax loss gives you, if you do nothing for the rest of your life, you can write $3,000 off against your income year after year after year. And then if you have short-term gains, you can write them off against your short-term gains. Short-term losses, sorry. And if you have long-term losses, you can write them off against long-term, but then there's a formula I think you can do it against short-term. I'm not a tax accountant, so seek the help of a tax accountant. But my point is, you don't have to be frozen, and I'm not a diamond hands guy. You let the market tell you what you're going to do. Right now, I think finger, look at this. I know you're wondering what's happening today. Look here. Number 1, this is all criminality. That's all criminality. Philip Vallier said we're very pleased, or something like that, excited to invest in finger at this time. And then they commenced to destroy the company. And this happened since Thanksgiving. I think you have to go back in the chart to see it before. But look at this. NASDAQ listed, hitting their numbers, and they crushed it. Well, then look at here. Ran up. But look, it took 2 days for it to continue to run. I think it's 2. Boom. It took, I think, 1, 2, 3 days to continue. Boom. And then it gapped. And then a little backfill, little backfill, little backfill, and then it hit $10. It went from I don't know, I'm guessing 35 cents to $10. It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days. I could be off. You can do your own calculation. But look how it ran. Let's just see on a ruler. That run was essentially 3 inches on my ruler. This run we're involved in right now is about 1 3/4 inches. So there's still, if you go 3 inches, well, unfortunately this chart is algorithmic, so I can't give you that target, but because it gets up into ridiculous numbers. But my point is, look at this run. This isn't over here. You got a double bottom, you've got a low, then you've got a higher low, then you've got a higher low. This, you could argue, is a lower low, but it's also a double bottom. You break through this trend. You could have drawn a trend here. You break through that. You come back to test it, and then you're up. You break through the 50-day moving average. Sorry, you break through the 50-day moving average. You break through the 200-day moving average. You come back to test it, and you run. The way I'm holding this, it looks out of sorts. But to my channel, this is a perfect test here. Now you've got, depending how you want to count it, 1, 2, 3. I don't think I'd count it that way. I think I'd count it 1, 2. It pulls back. We'll get a third attempt at it to break out, which may go, or it'll pull back slightly. But it's usually the third time that gets through. Third time the charm, sometimes the fourth time. But then, look at the other thing. You've got all this cluster, which I think are meaningless. But what I want to point out, at roughly $10 or $9.50, at roughly $10 or $9.50, and you got it here. That's the next target I have. And that'll be the third time. Third time's the charm. It'll pull back, and then it'll punch through on the fourth attempt. And I'm telling you, this channel is not crazy. Maybe I'm crazy, but this channel is not crazy. This one. That's 69.75 up there. So, I don't know. Will it happen by option expiry? Maybe not. But you're not the one on margin call. They are. You're not the one feeling the stress. They are. So it could happen. It could happen tomorrow. You could wake up tomorrow and the stock's up 5 points. Or it just goes sideways. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. When all your love's in vain. Let's see. Today was a shakeout by market makers, in my opinion, Chris Daniel. In finger before the next markup. Seen it 100 times. I happen to agree with you, Daniel. I'm not sure I've seen it 100 times, but I've seen it. The puppy is really loud and out of control. Dante is 8. Mellow, but very powerful. I love that name, Dante. You have huskies? Aw. Bud, once Logic completes their wheeling and dealing, what do you see there? I gave that, but I'll do it again. Two dogs, 5 dogs. One thing I'm thinking about, 2 huskies and a beagle and a poodle and a little sausage dog. No. I want to live out where I can have more dogs. But you know what's great about living in DC? There's no ticks. My dog doesn't get ticks. Thank you, Not Legal Advice. That was a very interesting show, and I enjoyed a lot of your concepts and questions and thinking. That's what's missing in this world is thinking. I've got to get rid of my stinking thinking. But anyway, target on Logic. I think it'll become more clear as we see the revenues. But I think you can see a combined target for Logic in the 12-month to 18-month time frame of $10 a share. $10. Now, I don't know how to factor in my belief that the market could have a really difficult October. But you have to counteract the fact that the machinery is going to gear up to get Joe Biden reelected. That means we're going to be at war, as we already are in the Ukraine, because the theory goes that commanders-in-chief get reelected in times of war. That means the Fed and the Treasury are going to do everything they can to get the stock market up so your 401ks look better. But remember, they're only buying 6 or 7 stocks. You know the names. The S&P 6, the S&P 7. They'll do everything they can to keep interest rates down, help homeowners, help students. They are going to give away the Treasury to make sure that Joe Biden is president again. And who can blame him? I mean, under Trump, we gave away Afghanistan. We got into wars in the Ukraine. Our interest rates trebled and quadrupled. Gasoline prices skyrocketed. Under Trump, our relationships with China, Russia, the Middle East became disastrous. Under Trump, we accelerated the movement to something like 46 countries moving away from the dollar. Under Trump, we've seen policies of letting grown men dance in front of our little children. I mean, Trump was awful. So we have to get this forward-thinking man, Joe Biden, reelected. And that's what the system's going to do. That's what they're going to try to do. So you're going to have, for me, the risk of an October surprise to the downside, counterbalanced by an all-out flooding of the market with money and policies to make sure Joe Biden gets reelected. I don't know which is going to win, but that's the macro. The micro logic, I think, can be $10 in the first or second quarter of next year. Go logic, I think, can be it's the same number. I think it can be $8 to $10 to $12 in the first or second quarter of next year. But I think Go Logic also could get see that what's hard is knowing how they're going to do that ratio with recruiters.com, and I don't know that number. But I think Go Logic could. Logic sees the same deals as Go Logic, and that's why it gets all confusing. But Go Logic is in Southeast Asia, Western Africa, a little bit in the Middle East. They have a footprint in young populations and high growth economies. And I would give Logic the potential of being a $20 to $25 stock in a year and a half. So those are my targets on those two. I got a strike on my YouTube, so I'm now very supportive of Joe Biden, and I think that the CDC is correct, and I think you have to follow the science, and you have to follow the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN. I'll leave it at that. I don't know if they're linked to the Pandora Papers. I'm sure they probably are Mexican silverback, but I don't know. I don't know how to find it. The whole point of going offshore is to hide everything, and I don't. Jenny might be able to find it, but I don't know how to find it. They certainly. This is a massive attack on you by entities offshore. It is a massive attack by people who are nothing more than parasites with very little talent, and I think behave in very evil ways. From Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Charlie Mayo, to Jeff Easton, to Philip Vallier, Sam Chung, and Hailey Kim, and John Hancock. The hottest places in hell, according to John Kennedy, but maybe he got it from any number of places. Dante, maybe he got it from Not Legal Advice's dog. The hottest place in hell is reserved for he who in time of moral crisis remains silent. Yeah, I don't question it. I just accept it. Yeah, it said it's my first one. I can appeal, but I don't find you men all that appealing. I don't know if it's worth trying to do. So I just don't want to get another strike. Yeah, I wanted to get another puppy for Lucky, but I don't know where I'm going to be. I don't know if I'm going to move to Puerto Rico, to Abu Dhabi, to London, or, maybe I'll fall in love and move to, some undisclosed place. So I decided not to get a puppy, but I agree with you. I regret it because Lucky is one of the, ever since I've had Lucky, the one characteristic of Lucky, he always tries to do the right thing. He always tries. On the other hand, when I first got him, when he chewed my leather shoes, they were always my best leather shoes, or my belts. They're always my best ones. But he was just a puppy dog. What is both symbols of Go Logic and Logic? Are they different? I got to do a video, and I've been prepping to do a video. I got a little bit down after Djokovic. Well, I didn't watch the end of the match. I knew he would lose after the second set tiebreaker. So I didn't do much yesterday. I did things, but I didn't do videos because I would have been down. But I'll try to do a Go Logic and a Logic video. But what I want to tell you about them is I'm not suggesting that you sell GTII or Finger. What I'm saying is, as you trade out of Finger and GTII, these make a lot of sense to me. If we go into a recession, or if we go into a bear market, the stock market will be, as they say on Wall Street, will become a market of stocks. Also, that's going to be localized, perhaps, in the United States. So one area that will make sense to me is companies that are exposed to growth in all technologies and AI, and they have AI, and they don't need a lot of bricks and mortar, and they don't need a lot of people, and there's growth, but also exposed to India, China, Southeast Asia, Australia might go in it. But anyway, I think mobile phone payments, anything that improves transactions online, revenue, is an area that will still continue to do well in the markets. Maybe everything will crash at the same time if there's a crash, but as we move forward. I think cash flowing assets that are real assets, like pipelines, oil and gas, possibly companies that have cash flow in the mining area, the bigger names. And then, of course, all the defensive stocks, like, people are going to still eat. George Bush said, our nation's got to eat. I like this farm bill. Our nation's got to eat. So you got to use that logic. And then the third thing is whether it's in mining stocks or it's physical, I think or it's land, or it's water, or it's, your business. You got to own real things too. So there's always commerce, and the media and gold bugs and the rest try to scare you, but there'll always be commerce. So logic and go logic fit in that category, and finger. For me, those are the symbols. They will probably change. Well, we own gas, but we don't. We own counterfeit pieces of paper that we don't own it. So you got to be honest with yourself. We don't own it. Well, Mexican silverback, this is a... Jenny will be horrified. But, I don't know, last Saturday or Sunday, I said to myself, I'd like some waffles. And I normally go out somewhere, but I didn't. I went to the Amazon store, and I just bought Let Go of My Ego, which I'm sure aren't that good. But I bought the box and real Vermont maple syrup. The ones you put in the toaster, Let Go of My Ego. But what was amazing, the price was the same or slightly higher. But I opened the box. Instead of having 8 Let Go My Egos, it had 6 Let Go My Egos. So inflation, by my reckoning, was 25%. Brian Nah, thank you, Brian, for what I can tell is a positive comment, but I understand it. Everyone was saying GTI was going off early in the year because of 1-800-LAW, and I told you, Brian, that I thought that wasn't going to go through. Then Vocal because of getting bought by GTII, and I told you, Brian, that once Jeremy Frommer, the CEO, inexplicably, at least I've not talked to him, so he has obligations as CEO that we don't know about, but he walked from a $3 deal. That was his choice, can't control it. Then neither happened, and now a winning trade is a losing trade in both. Brian, I sold my Vocal at a massive loss, and I told you when I did it. It was crushing. I used the money, if I recall correctly, to buy into HNRC to qualify for the WHDI dividend. Now, Brian, because I made some money on my finger calls. It turns out, I sold them probably early because they're worth the same amount now, but whatever, my July 2s and 3s. But I made money on them. I bought back my original position of Vocal. So what did I do? Instead of saying it's a losing trade, which it was, massively depressing. Part of it was in my IRA, so there's no tax benefit. Part of it's in my regular account, tax benefit. I took that. Secondly, I went over and got the qualification for the WHDI dividend, which is worth out of the gate $3.50 a share. Who knows? It might plummet. It might, well, by the way, you needed 2 shares, so $1.75 is the starting price. It might rally. I didn't get strictly 1 for 1, but what I did was give myself a chance to make back some of the money I lost in Vocal. Now, 32 days have gone by, and I have purchased my original position in Vocal. I think it's very early to do that. I think it's unclear to me what Jeremy's going to do for financing, and it's unclear to me how the naked short position in Vocal is going to compare to a much diluted number of shares outstanding. It's unclear to me how much trust the marketplace is going to have in Jeremy. Now, it's unclear to me if GTII or the original whales are going to support Vocal. So there's some question, and when you look at their sort of their capital structure, there's a lot of debt and things. But, that's normal in a growing company. Offsetting that on Vocal, you've got Jeremy, who I think's an honest man. You've got Jeremy, who I think's an intelligent man. You've got Jeremy, who I believe, now that he sees it, wants to just bash the shorts. I think Jeremy is a leader and has the courage of a leader. I think Jeremy has the OG collection, which he's going to distribute. Believe it or don't believe it, may have more value than the shares of Vocal extant. He has a platform he put $60 to $70 million in that apparently is growing for creators and doing very well. And he's got a revenue forecast that can get him to break even in months if it happens. And he's going on upstream. And he's got another distribution he can make, or 2 more. So and I think he's announced that his financing won't be with Jeff. That was a thing that worried me, is he'd go back to a Jeff Easton or a Power Up Lending. It looks like he's going to do some sort of crowdfunding, or maybe a funding with all of us. I don't know how it gets through some of the SEC requirements, but he's a guy that can figure that out. So, and he has staff and a team. He's shown his commitment to this fight. So, I'm sorry, Brian, that you didn't take action, because I talked about HNRC. I'm sorry you feel like it's just a loss. But I don't think I'd do it now. I don't think I'd sell Vocal now. I think Vocal, look, when stocks come down like that, and I've said this on videos, it's a lot like a marathon runner having a heart attack. they're in the hospital, they have the operation, they're not getting up and running a marathon the next day. So by the way, I could not have predicted that he'd walk away from that deal, because he would have been CEO and he would have made everyone happy. But he may have had reasons. But once it crashes, it takes time. Time, as my grandmother used to say, Brian, time wounds, all heals. But in the stock market, time, if you're long, is a threat to your position, usually, if you're trading. If you're in a special situation, time can also help you. That can be your arbitrage. But time can also heal. So I think Vocal now has more likelihood of recovery than not. But I do think it's going to take some time. I do think Ham will come around, maybe, and help. I don't know if he will. I'm going to reach out to Jeremy. I'm willing to help him come up off the mat, because I've met Jeremy, and like I say, I think he's an honest man. And I think when you're dealing as CEO with criminals out there that smile at you, you don't always make the right choice. None of us have. We all sometimes make the wrong choice. But I think if you have integrity and you're making your decisions the best you know how, I'll give that person another chance. That's how I feel, Brian, on Vocal. Now, you talked about GTII and 1-800 didn't work. Well, I warned you, I think 3 months ago. You'd have to go back and look. I didn't believe 1-800 was going to go through. It started to smell fishy to me. Like it's like a girlfriend, or you sign a contract with a woman to help you out, and there's just nothing happens, and then some more time nothing else happens. There's another excuse. It starts to seem fishy. It seemed fishy to me. But GTII, I think now could move with Finger. GTII, Brian, of course, you got to look at the negatives. You have to, Brian. You have to. You can only look at the negatives. You don't see a stock when it's down as a chance to buy. You don't see a stock when it's down as a chance to establish GTII. Look, I'm not allowed to name the people involved, and I don't really want to go back there. But in October, November, Brian, I answer these questions all the time. And there are individuals out there that decided to come here when when Fidelity was paying 1,000% to locate shares of GTII. Wells Fargo put a stop on the buy orders, and all of the broker-dealers were slow walking the special distribution of the warrant and the exercise of the warrants that had to be delivered to Liberty Stock Transfer. Into that milieu, when the stock was $6, $7, $8, and I think ready for a squeeze, people came in, said, hey, we got to go over here. Their information wasn't accurate. Whether it was untrue because it was a lie, or it was untrue because of lack of skill, I don't want to get into that. But all of a sudden, as a group, everyone that was there forcing GTII to squeeze decided, oh, there's a better deal over here. They let the air out of the balloon. And I'm not blaming those guys, because every one of you, and maybe it was you, Brian, and I didn't do it. I did buy some COSM, but I sold it either slightly less, slightly more. But I didn't get out of my GTII. But everyone ran away over there, and it took the air out of the balloon of GTII. GTII plummeted, and it was crushed by Alpine and by short sellers in December. Crushed because the heat was off on the squeeze. Those guys hurt you, and I keep answering these questions. And I've been told, hey, they got families. They were just trying to do their job. All right, I got it. Maybe it was innocent, but it hurt you. That company took $40 million out of the market. GTII didn't do that. GTII hasn't made a deal with the shorts. So then I got to answer your questions, Brian. Well, it's down, and we were told this, and we were told that, and we're still waiting. Well, I agree with you. I'm still in GTII. I'm way down on it. But GTII has... We're back to the drawing board. It's America. We don't focus on the past in America. We say, what can we do today? And we forgive what happened. The blessing of what happened, Brian, is that when GTII, in my judgment, and I can't prove it, but Fidelity was paying 1,000%. When GTII was in the beginning stages of a squeeze, at that time, I think there was somewhere between 125 and 150 million shares short. Now, because of that, I think it's possible that the short position is 350. Ham thinks as high as 400 million. We don't know for sure. So the setup is even better. But I have to, you, Brian, by your question, either blame the company or me for saying there's this and there's this and there's this, which is a complete misallocation of blame. Blame is on the system. The regulators allow this to happen. What GTII is doing, unique to any company. COSM took the money, sold you out. And there's living proof of it. COSM looked out for themselves. But GTII has been offered money. There's a tape from Charlie Mayo. Hey, Reiki, I had a talk with the boys, and we've come up with some numbers. Give me a call, and it's about buying shares from the company to cover their shorts. Since then, as I understand it, the company has been asked multiple times by the shorts, or smiling faces that represent the shorts, hey, we can offer you $20 million, $30 million, $40 million, $50 million if you'll just sell us some stock from GTII. You know the answer all the time, Brian? No. Now, Brian, GTII, it's going on 2.5 years. GTII issued a special dividend as a warrant that was approved. GTII bought a Picasso and wanted to distribute it as a, I got to get it right, NFT. And it was not allowed by FINRA. GTII bought Beyond Bitcoin or something like that, Beyond Blockchain. And through that vehicle, as I recall it, they bought something like 30 million coins of Shiba Inu to distribute. FINRA said no. GTII asked all of its investors to essentially sign an affidavit, send it to the transfer agent so that GTII could get a count of how many shares were out there. They found big issues, but I think only 30 or 35% of shareholders participated. GTII bought a couple of companies. It's not worth going through it, to try to create events, and nothing's really happened with that. GTII entered into the arrangement to buy 1-800 law firm. It went nowhere at the end of the day. But that was meant, and I don't think the delays were GTII's fault, but that was meant to catch out the system. GTII entered into an arrangement to buy a percentage of the Trento mines. That is still happening, but it's been delayed. It hasn't happened yet. GTII just recently issued restricted stock, 1 for 10, meant to catch out the system. So, Brian, what GTII is trying to do is create events using the system's own rules to cause the system to reconcile 400 million, or whatever the number is, counterfeit shares versus the real shares. No other company, Brian Na, is doing that. The stock goes down because the counterfeiters keep selling it. GTII hired Wes Christian and then spread it around to everybody else. So, Brian, I'm sorry GTII is not going up for you. I really am. My suggestion if you're unhappy with GTII, I don't know what you paid for it. You could take 5 or 10% of your position, put it into Finger, or put it into pick a stock that you like. Trade that stock and then come back to GTII. Or you just get out of GTII. This is a fight against corruption in the markets. If you're not tired of hearing it, they spoof. So they put big orders on the ask. They cross trades. They communicate with each other. They sell shares that don't exist. And you blame the company. And you blame that the company tries to do things to catch out the system. They also signed up for Upstream. And they were going to distribute a dividend. Guess what? GTII was first on that. And then Ham introduced a bunch of other companies. And now Upstream has more companies that can say grace over. And my understanding, one CEO has basically trashed GTII to the one person that runs Upstream. So that's all on hold. But make no mistake about it, GTII was first. So, Brian, if you don't want to be in a stock that is fighting the system against short selling, which is a Sisyphean task, if you don't want to be aligned with a company who's trying to do everything they can do to reconcile the system that Gary Gensler ignores, FINRA ignores, SEC ignores, and the broker-dealers ignore. If you don't want to be aligned with a management that doesn't make a deal with the shorts, GTII is not for you. And I'm not trying to be upset with you, but I am frustrated that my hands are tied in placing blame, specific blame, on what happened in October and November in GTII, because I think we would have already had a squeeze. But I can't prove it. That's the problem. It's the real world. It's the real world. It's not a laboratory. But the setup's better now. So in a way, they did us a favor. It's hurt. GTI got crushed, had a heart attack. It's lying in the hospital bed. It can't get up and run a marathon. But now the time has gone by. So, Brian, why is it that I'm focused on Finger just right now? I've always talked about Finger. It's because the price action is telling you it could go right now. The volume's there. Somebody's buying. And I think GTII is telling you that as well. But I think the time to make hay in Finger is right now. Is it a guarantee? Absolutely not. So Brian, you got to just decide if this is what you want to do with your money. Because I don't know, and I'm not picking on you for that. I don't think people made money in several of these companies. I'm not going to be specific. In some cases, the companies made money, but in all cases, the enemy is the shorts, the offshore sellers, the people that get purchased by the shorts, and we don't know who that is. But you'd be naive to believe that that amount of money couldn't buy some of us. I said on one of my calls, I've thought about it. If they came to me and said, and I don't have that much power, but they came to me and said, here's a check for $5 million. Sell Brian Na out. I wouldn't take it. $1 million, 500,000, 10 million, 100 million. I would not take it. But there are people out there that might say, well, how about, Mr. CEO, you help us, we'll make sure your retirement account, your insurances, your salaries, your mortgage are paid for the rest of your life. There might be some people that go along with it. There might be some people out there in our spaces and elsewhere. I don't know. There might be research. There might be professors. There might be journalists that can be bought out. But Brian, I'm not one of them. Which annoys me to no end. Because I'd much rather be spending my time at a hotel like the Beverly Hills Hotel or the Emirates Towers or I don't know, others around the world, meeting people, enjoying my life, and having all that money. I'd much rather do that. But would I sell out for money? Absolutely not. But so Brian, if you're saying it's been disappointing, absolutely, of course it has. And I've been disappointed at some actions by some people, but it's not just them. The system is massively, if there's 20 items that have to be aligned to make sure these criminals print money in the trillions of dollars, they have 19 of them in their favor. The only one thing they didn't count on was Ham, you, and that some companies would fight back. But that's just 1 out of 20, maybe. But Brian, get out of it. Don't listen to me anymore. Just sell GTII. Walk away from it. And your life will be, you won't feel anymore like you're just hearing the same old stories you're just losing money and it's going nowhere. Just get out. I can't give advice, and this is not advice. I don't know your situation, but I tend to think that Finger is likely to go up soon, and I think GTII is going to go up with it. But if you're tired of hearing the same old BS from me, just get out. All right, I'm getting spammed, so it's really hot here. It's really hot. I'm very frustrated by the shorting and the corruption. I own Torchlight. I own MMTLP. My concern with MMTLP, frankly, is I did a video on this. To me, the solution was obvious, and some people are coming to that. But the risk was they'd open it for trading, which I didn't think was very high, because they stopped it. So why would they open it again? They would open it for gray market and maybe some sort of combo. But the problem I saw with a gray market situation, how do they get enough releases? They want to get releases on a class basis. Anytime they're going to make a deal with you and me, they're going to ask for a release from lawsuit and from ARM. That's what lawyers do. How do you get it in those situations? I could never see it. But anyway, I think the time has passed for those solutions. You might get an upside down Dutch auction or something. You might say, we'll go out there with a $5 bid and see how much we can buy. And then the next time it's $12 and then it's $30. I still see the same problem. How do you get away? Because here's how lawyers think. If we give the other side money, now they're going to use that money to hire lawyers to sue us. So they need releases. The other thing I thought was the solution I gave, and I don't want to bore you with it again. But in essence, let everybody off scot-free. The criminals and the system gives massive amount of money to NextBridge. NextBridge gives you shares on a ratio that adjusts for the 1/165 million you're entitled to, and you get a cash distribution. Everybody gets it, and I shared that with John Berta. But NextBridge becomes the best funded oil and gas company around, and it doesn't have to follow Blackstone's whatever the heck that is, Leon Fink's company's woke agenda. It would be awesome. I thought that could happen, but it didn't. So now, the nightmare of nightmares, MMTLP is going down the path where a bunch of really smart lawyers have to teach each other how smart they are, and then they have to learn on your dime about the issues, and then they have to gather in various venues. Joe, I think we have a 526 problem here, and Sally, don't you think there's a 221? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. And they'll go through all that, and it'll be endless. And each attorney is defending their client's interests. How many attorneys are involved right now? My guess it's 300, 400, 500 attorneys. You've got attorney teams that represent every broker-dealer. You've got attorney teams that represent every criminal. And we don't know how many there are. You've got attorney teams that represent the prime brokers, and we don't really know how many there are. You we do know there's 105 broker dealers. You've got attorney teams and people inside of the firms representing FINRA, SEC, OTC markets. You've got attorneys representing individuals who might feel threatened in this case. And I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out in my summary, but it's hundreds of attorneys. MMTLP is not going to be resolved quickly. You just got to get that out of your head. I own it. I have a lot of money in it for me. A lot. And if I had put that money several other places, I'd be quite content right now. So I feel the pain. But as long as MMTLP goes a legal route, you got to get ready, in my opinion, for 2 years. Now, we've already spent a period of time. What's working in your favor on MMTLP is the asset, I think, is extremely valuable. And the price keeps going up, regardless of what lawyers lie to each other. The lawyers on the criminal side are going through every step you'd expect. One, they're saying, hey, it's not worth anything. It's the fault of the investors. They were just greedy. Secondly, they're going to say, we need to settle this at $297. That was the last quoted price. Thirdly, they're going to say, we should just give everybody their money back. No. Thirdly, they're going to say, only the people that were in Torchlight in the beginning deserve to get any money. Fourthly, they're going to say we should just rescind the trades, just give everybody their money back. And we're going down that path. That's how lawyers, they're going to cover every single one of these. Lawyers are predictable. That's what's going to happen. And they're going down that. And every single one takes time. Maybe I'll do the video again. I think you got to make these lawyers billionaires to get them to walk away from proving to each other and to their clients how valuable they are. They're in the way. But there's no regulator that's going to solve this. Robert Cook is he's ineffectual. He has no courage. And he doesn't stand for anything. Gary Gensler is a glad-hander that's hoping for higher things. The OTC markets are full of a bunch of people that have big salaries and don't care about you. So the regulators are going to do nothing for MMTLP. Congress is going to do nothing. Quickly. They're not going to do anything quickly. The legal process, you've got to put every step in front of the other. You've got to do it to the satisfaction of the other attorneys. Then you have to do it to the judges so that you don't lose on appeal. And ultimately, lawyers will come to settlement. Their settlements will be lower and disappointing, more disappointing to you than you can believe. But what's in your favor is that the assets are valuable. There's 5 or 6 guys, they're men, that own a lot of stock. And they're going to fight the shorts. And they're going to strike a deal that's good for them. And they're not going to turn on you. The other thing you have in your favor, I have in my favor with MMTLP, The U.S. stock market is still viewed as one of integrity in the world. I'm not talking about all the counterfeiting. It's when you put up money, you get what you're promised. This counterfeiting, this fraudulent share system goes on because they know that only a small amount of people ever are going to need physical shares. So they move vast quantities of counterfeit, fail to deliver, fail to locate, from stock position to stock account, from merger, one company merger into a new to another. As long as it's all publicly traded, the computers hum along. But with MMTLP, it went into a private company. They were shocked that there was gambling going on in this restaurant. So what goes for you is, unless the United States wants to tell the world that we, in fact, don't have a stock market here, you are entitled to 1 share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP you bought, because you did nothing wrong, at a ratio of 1 over 165 millionth. Plus you're entitled to legal fees. I think you're entitled to damages, maybe other penalties, maybe pain and suffering. I don't know how it all works. But that value of those shares, it's not back on the day it stopped trading. It's not back 2 days afterward. It's not back a month ago. It's what those shares are worth now. And by the time they settle, my opinion, this is going to be $1 trillion settlement if they're lucky. It could easily be more than that. And I think you're going to get, I think NextBridge should sell their shares at $1,000, $1,100, $1,200 a share. You should get your shares because NextBridge will issue them. But NextBridge gets this massive amount of cash, massive. And you'll also get a cash distribution. But you need a Dagny Taberg. You need a woman who steps up and says, we're going to solve this and we're going to solve this now. And she calls everybody into a virtual conference room. She says to the lawyers, get out of here. We're going to talk to the people from the prime brokers. We're going to talk to the people from the DTC. We're going to talk to the people from the broker dealers. We're going to talk to the criminals. It'll be their representatives. We're going to talk to the big shareholders, and we're going to have NextBridge in here. And we're going to stay in this conference room until we come up with a price. But we don't have that woman. We don't have a leader doing that. We will. It'll come. It'll come. The lawyers haven't proved to themselves yet, and they haven't proved to their clients yet, that if they keep delaying, the price is going up. When that becomes clear, and one woman in the whole thing comes out, or a man comes out and says, damn it, enough of this, it'll get solved, I think. I think the terms could be agreed over a weekend, and then maybe it takes 2 or 3 weeks to draw up the legal documents, and it can get resolved. What you'll have to give up is that nobody goes to jail, but you'll get a lot of money and you'll get a good shares in a good company. That's the ultimate solution, but you're going to have to wait. It's just the fact. It's not accountability, Dominic. It's not accountability. As hard as I've been on lawyers, and I don't know that I've been that hard, it's the blessing of the United States system, and I'm not 100% sure that I'm using these words correctly, but there's the law and there's equity. I didn't study it, but anyway, there's the law and there's equity. And the disputes, Dominic, that we have, all of you feel cheated, I feel cheated, and we were. We're paying the price for the criminality of people sitting in Germany and sitting in Long Island, sitting on Fisher Island, sitting out in Arizona dating a young chick, or that's the rumor, and leaving the wife behind. But, Dominic, it's not about accountability. You can get that off your desk. It's not about right or wrong. It's not about justice in the sense that we have when we get morally righteous. It's not about they're going to get theirs. No. All it is, right now, is about lawyers duking it out from all sides and coming to a settlement. They have to, or they're going to end up in court. This is a $1 trillion law issue. This is bigger than tobacco. This is bigger than asbestos. Mark my words. And the lawyers know that. They want a big piece. They will settle once the facts start aligning, showing, and the facts are not my facts. Theirs are facts. They're entered into evidence, documents, letters, and they'll all agree about it, or the court will tell them what the facts are that are accepted into court. But when they perceive risk, they'll settle. They'll settle. It's not about accountability. Look, the situation with MMTLP, I personally don't think, unless you like to worry about things, I think it's a waste of time to worry about MMTLP. You've got guys like Not Legal Advice, you've got Rosa, you've got others that are doing absolute, knight on shining chargers type work. You've got Wes Christian. You've got John Berta. You've got the big boys. You've got Anna, Queen of Trades. You've got Busy Brands. You've got Drew Diligence. You've got Junk Savvy. You've got Syntax. You've got hundreds of thousands of people. People from all walks of the life fighting on behalf of MMTLP. It's not going away. So number one, you're worried it's going to go. It's not going to go away. Number two, you're not going to get nothing. You put up your money. They can't steal your money. Number three, you did miss out on a squeeze, and you certainly have missed out on opportunity costs along the way. But guess what? Do what Ham said, Brian. Keep a journal of trades. I would have bought Finger at 144 and sold it at 7. Write it down. That can be entered into the settlement that will come. You have the legal system moves slowly, but it does move to a conclusion. The financial system does not want any part of education or going to jail going too far. So you might see a settlement sooner. But you have a system where you did nothing wrong, Nexbridge did nothing wrong. MMTLP did nothing wrong. Management did nothing wrong. Probably 85% of the broker-dealers overtly did nothing wrong. It's debatable that they should have known, would have known, all that. Most prime brokers just took the word of lawyers that filled out forms saying we'll deliver the shares. You could argue maybe they didn't. So it narrows down to just a few bad actors, but they cost a lot of money. And then a bought regulatory system. But it's in your account, isn't it? It shows Nexbridge's in mine. You put up the money, you're entitled to something back. So what does worrying about it, what does complaining about it do? What does bemoaning it do? Nothing. Nothing. So what I've tried to do, and I admit I haven't been as good at writing letters as I wanted to be because I run out of energy, but I try to support everyone that's fighting. Everyone. That's what I've decided that I'll do. I try to get it out there. I speak my mind. And I follow the science. But it's tiresome to hear. One, it's tiresome to hear, oh, my money's gone in MMTLP, I'm never going to see it. That's not true. But if that is a fact, what can worrying about it do? But it's just not true. I went through the scenarios on MMTLP. They've already started the argument that the fraud was John Berta's. It wasn't. It wasn't. They've started the argument through Joe Angel or whatever the guy's name is at Georgetown that it's your problem that you got greedy, I got greedy. That hasn't worked and it won't work. So they've already gotten, they're still in it, but they're not going to win on the argument that the system should pay you nothing. That would be a hell of a thing. The United States stock market would shut down the next day. Everybody would ask for their money back. That's not going to happen. We can bemoan that FINRA shut down trading. We didn't. Oh, it's unfair. Well, it's gone. It's gone. We can bemoan that there's no way the system's going to screw us. Well, yeah, they may come and say, we're only going to give you your money back plus interest. Or they may say, we're doing it at $25, take it or leave it. I personally don't think that's going to happen because I don't think remember, unless FINRA wants to be sued, SEC wants to be sued, DTC wants to be sued, even some of the criminal, because it's fraud. I've just learned from, I think, Not Legal Advice, that fraud doesn't pierce the straitjacket of the arbitration clauses. But I just don't see this settling at a low price. It could, I suppose. But what can moaning about it do? I'm telling you, I have a lot of money in it, and it pisses me off. But I can't do anything about it. There's not a decision that I have to make about selling. There's not a decision I have to make about buying more. The decision I have to make is, okay, today, am I going to write a letter? Okay, today, am I going to go visit Congress? Okay, today, am I going to do a video? We each can do our own things. We can call the SEC, write a letter to our congresswoman or to our senator. We can all do that, Brian Nah. And it's not just Brian Nah. It's everybody in MMTLP. But worrying about MMTLP is not a good use of our energy. It really isn't. And luckily, Nextbridge looks to be very valuable. So I think the shorts are in a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, there's no one out there with the JP Morgan, let's all gather at my house and solve this kind of attitude. Or the Dagny Talbert. Anyway, that's enough about MMTLP. Which law firm is representing MMTLP? West Christian represents Flamestormer, and that LLC is taking the stead of MMTLP. You've got MMAT, who did nothing wrong. You've got Nextbridge. They have law firms. You've got each of the big holders have law firms. So I don't know, but I'd say to answer your question, it's West Christian. I know, not legal advice, by the way. What I'm impressed by, it's not just not legal advice. I'm impressed by West Christian, Mark Bazile, Rosa. There's one other lawyer I'm forgetting. Big JR, Little JR. There's so many. But the thing about not legal advice is he calls it as he sees it. And I can't speak for him, actually. I'm not, that would be unfair. But as I observe, I think he thinks there's a lot of wrong that's been committed here. And I think also that he sees within the legal process avenues to define and determine the losses and the wrongs. And I think he sees avenues to get paid for losses. Oh, Nextbridge is represented by O. Milveni. I don't know O. Milveni, but that's good. Well, of course, I know that. I think the question, who does MMTLP represented by, I think it was meant to, I don't know, call out the fact that MMTLP doesn't exist anymore. That's why I think, see, I don't know how not legal advice sees it. Nextbridge didn't do anything wrong. It's not Nextbridge's fight to fight for us. It just isn't. It's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. That's why John Berta created with others, I think, Flame Burner LLC. And then they have legal counsel, which is West Christian. I think the filings that Not Legal Advice has made, Rosa's made, others. But anyway, we can just worry about it and go, oh, Eeyore. Or we can do what each of us can do, and a lot of people are doing a lot. And we just have to wait. I'm going to try to see. I don't have a lot of standing. I'm going to see if I can be Henry Strong in the situation or John Galt in the situation. There, see, not legal advice. Believes there are legal avenues opening to expose data, to expose facts. So You know, it's what it feels like there's no progress, but I think there's been a lot of progress. And what I think is really frightening to the system, that video that Ham created and gave to Busy Brands is, or maybe Tony created, I don't know, but gave to Busy Brands has been watched. It's going to be 200,000 times. That is an indication of how many people are in this fight. So I think people don't realize how far we've come, and we're not going back. Flamethrower. Okay, flamethrower. NextBridge should push to get their share count. It's not their share count. Their share count's pretty simple. They have 500 million shares authorized. They have 164,370,600 shares that were issued to holders of MMTLP. And then I think they've granted to, I'm forgetting his name right now, McCabe. I forget the amount, 20 million, 40 million. I forget. A number of shares for his ownership, which is great confidence in NextBridge. And I think they've allocated a little bit more shares to employees. So basically, I'm going to make up the number because I don't know it exactly. They have something like 185 to 200 million shares issued and outstanding. And then they have 300 million, maybe slightly more, authorized. They know their share count. NextBridge knows its share count. It's not hard. In fact, it's as simple as can be. What you're asking for is how many shares did the criminals sell? How many shares did the prime brokers give assurance to your broker dealers? And how many shares did the broker dealers put in your accounts as failure to deliver? And the system, represented by FINRA's answer, the system is set up. Every share is electronic now. Every share. So you don't know if you have real shares or fake shares. You just don't know. They want it that way. So what you're asking for is, there's 105 broker dealers, and using the 80-20 rule, and it's probably less than that, but we'll just go with the 80-20 rule. And I'll be simplistic. There's 105 broker dealers. There's probably 84 that are good and 21 are bad. My guess is it's not 80-20. It's more like 90-10 or 95-5. But what you're asking for, what do these, you're saying each broker, that's what blue sheets are, each broker should disclose how many shares they put in your accounts, my accounts, and how many shares are at the depository trust, which is the accurate number. That's what you're asking for. It's not NextBridge's job, but that's what you're asking for. So if the rumors are right, and I'm going to use a high number just for simple math. If the rumors are right, prior to trading being stopped, prior to the transfer to AST, there were 2,165,000,000 shares in your accounts, in my accounts, of MMTLP. Now, by definition, after the effective date, there's 2 billion shares. There's 2 billion shares in the system that don't exist, because the 165 that were real got transferred. So there's 2 billion shares stuffed in your account and in my account that don't exist. And how do we know that? Because this is a private company. There's 2 billion. It could be more. So what you're asking for, this is where my mathematical skills are pretty bad. I'm not going to be able to figure it out. But what you're asking for is for these 84 broker dealers and these 21 bad ones to tell you and me and Ken Griffin and Stevie Cohen and big hedge funds all around the world. You want these 21 bad ones to tell you that they own the majority of this 2 billion shares that are short, that don't exist. So just to use an extreme, let's just say that these 84 broker dealers are mostly okay. Maybe they have 20% of this number. So 20% of that number is 400 million. It equals about 5 million shares per broker. I think you're going to find out that the good broker dealers don't have this kind of problem. But if you just average it out, they have 20% of the issue, 5 million shares each. That sounds like a lot, but when you compare it to 2 billion. So anyway, then you have, this will be hard for me to do it on this calculator. Let's see if it works. That's million. That's billion. Divided by... ostensibly, I mean, if it's all evenly distributed, each of these 21 broker dealers have 76 million counterfeit shares in their accounts. So you put that information out And let's say one of those brokerage firms is Wells Fargo. The system of sharks, they'll turn on themselves. They will short Wells Fargo down faster than they took down Shearson Lehman. If instead of 21, it's only 10 firms or 5 firms, and one of those firms is Goldman Sachs, they will short Goldman Sachs down more quickly to oblivion than they destroyed Bear Stearns. That's why they're not issuing the blue sheets. That's why. I used to think it was 1 billion shares out. I now think it's between 2 and 3 billion. A lawyer's going to ask me, how do you come up with that number? And I'm going to have to say, I don't know. But the way I come up with the number is I just read and listen on space calls, and then I have to make a gut instinct about it. And that's what I think. I think the problem is that big. And that's why they're not issuing the blue sheets. So, and it's not NextBridge that has to do it. NextBridge knows its share count. It knows it pristinely. It was Torchlight that was shorted by the criminals, and then Torchlight, to defend itself, merged into MMAT, which is a good company. Although now we don't know how many, we can't figure out the cap table. Torchlight was destroyed by criminals. And then what happened is typically criminals will, let's use COSM as an example. COSM used to be called something else. And it was argued to us that COSM was going to change its symbol, change its name. So they took the huge short position extant in the original company's name, publicly traded, and it was argued that'll cause a short squeeze. But no, what they did is they took that huge counterfeit position, failure to locate, and they just put it in the newly traded company. No problem. Hey, presto. We got a problem? Now it's the other. It's okay. No worries. We'll just carry on the charade as long as we need to. But what happened with Torchlight is Torchlight merged into, or I don't know the terminology. I would argue that MMAT acquired Torchlight's shell. And so the shorts were able to move all of their counterfeit position of Torchlight into this new combination. So what MMAT found is all of a sudden the shorts are in MMAT that were in Torch. And it's just carried over, whatever the ratio was. But MMAT was not interested in oil and gas assets. So I forget what it all stands up for. Metamaterials Partners Limited, Metamaterials Trust Limited Partners, maybe, MMTLP. Anyway, they set that as a stub distribution I think to all shareholders, but at least I think it was to all shareholders. That was an illiquid, private distribution of the Oro Grande and Hazel assets. The shorts couldn't deliver it. The shorts couldn't deliver it. The shorts were in trouble. So what the shorts did, that was private. Remember, the other assets and the short position just all transferred and carried onward in the newly publicly traded company. But what were the assets of Torchlight beyond its shell? It was the Oro Grande and the Hazel. So what did the shorts do? What did the shorts do? They corruptly, illegally, fraudulently. My understanding is all they have to do is from Germany sell one share of MMTLP in the United States after they created this fraud, and then they can just flood the market with further shorts. So what they did is they fraudulently set up MMTLP to trade. John Berta admits it was just sitting in his account, and the next thing you know, it was worth $6 or something. They did that. Then they shorted it. Why did they do it? Because the system could transfer their massive short position of this stub private distribution into the publicly traded markets, fraud street, as failure to deliver electronic IOUs. That's why they did it. And it kicked the can down the road. And then ultimately, I don't know who made the decision, but they decided that that stub, which was private, shouldn't have been trading publicly, would just remain as a private company called NextBridge. And that's what caught out the system. You did nothing wrong. The SEC approved it. FINRA approved it. So it's on them, and it's on the broker dealers and the prime brokers and the criminals. What can bring buying pressure near term for GTII? Finger going to 20. The final look, the Trento mine deal is a multi-continent. It's like a Wilbur Smith novel, spanning generations, 3 lovers, 2 corporations, and many continents. It's a big picture. So if you recall Tax 77, last year there was trouble with the banks. And if you recall Tax 77, this year there was trouble with the banks. So the syndication of the $350 million bond deal has taken longer, as I understand it, than it otherwise would. In fact, it's possible that part of that syndication, part of the funds were involved in the 2 banks that went down last quarter. So there's been delays on that. So one thing, Tax 77, that could make GTI go up is the announcement that the Trento mine deal is done. Another thing, Tax 77, that could make GTII go up is that Alpine is forced to buy in their short position. That hasn't gone away. Another thing that could make GTII go up is price action. If the stock goes up, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And Tax 77, what's happening today in GTII and Finger is that I think the shorts are trying to drive it down to get everyone thinking, oh, there's something wrong with the company, there's something wrong with the story, it's never going up, all of that. I'm tired of answering it. If you haven't been able to figure that out by now, I can't really help. I think the FBI could finally arrest the person that sold stock to the Pac West brokerage firm that cost them $4 million. That could make the stock go up. I think the whistleblowers at Alpine, who apparently want to be paid some money, they could make the stock go up. I think Wes Christian's discovery that he's asked of 52 John Does or Jane Does or whatever, that could make it go up. The market maker settlement that's rumored that's out there regarding GTII that would involve ratting on the rest, a lot of names, that could make GTII go up. But Tax 77, I'd like you to sell the stock because I don't think it's a stock for you. But I can't give you that advice. It's just my feeling is you've had enough. You've been in it a long time. It's a buck. Get out of it. There's plenty of other stocks out there that are doing better. And other stocks you don't lose money on. So I would just get out of it. Goldman reduced odds of U.S. recession to 20%. Well, that's not. I think that's the argument that they're going. Well, there's a couple things going on. The market's going up. Is it a Weimar Republic market? Or is the market going up? You know, the United States is a strong economy. We have a lot of things going for us. And as much as Trump screwed it up, at least now we have Joe Biden in there doing things properly. So the economy can do well. There's a lot of money in the economy. Luckily, we have a president that is leading us down a path to a growing economy, bringing jobs back, being tough with China, being tough with the EU. We have a president that's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He understands that we need jobs here to grow. So we could have a good economy. But I don't know. Maybe Goldman's right. I think Goldman talks its own book a lot of times. And I think Goldman might be getting their positions up so they can sell, and then they'll come out with the negatives. But a recession is defined as 2 quarters down. I can't remember the numbers. Anyway, whatever it is, a recession is less than a depression. My anecdotal evidence around D.C., I don't see a recession. I don't see a depression. A house gets listed, it sells within a week. The restaurants are full. The highways are full. People are bustling and hustling around. Stores are full. That's what I see. So, yeah, maybe Goldman's right. And I think the economic team of Janet Yellen, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Jerome Powell, they got us on the right track. Why doesn't Ham do Q&A? I need to ask him things? We just did an hour and a half of Q&A. I'm checking in. Well, 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. And so then, not legal advice. It's how you define GDP. I thought it was a percentage, but it's just negative. I thought it had to be down a certain amount, and that's where I knew it was 2 quarters. You know what GDP is? Not legal advice. GDP is equal to worry ducky D. And I don't remember all of it. Worry ducky D. Wages, unemployment. No, worry ducky D. Wages. Y is income. R is, I can't remember. That's how I used to remember it when I go into exams. GDP is equal to worry ducky D. And now I can't remember what it all stands for. But, you know, it's wages and corporate income and government spending. And so they can get GDP up by just government spending. Manuel Ray, Novak time of number 1 is over. Carlos I don't agree with you. Alcaraz looks like a monster, but Jovac will be number 1 probably before the U.S. Open, if he wants to be. If he doesn't want to be, he won't. But he's Novak Djokovic, and I'm glad you quickly go with the youngster. But Novak Djokovic wasn't allowed to play Cincinnati last year. He wasn't allowed to play Montreal, and he wasn't allowed to play the U.S. Open. Last year, Carlos Alcaraz, against weak competition, won the U.S. Open. So Carlos Alcaraz has to defend 2,000 points. To my memory, he played Cincinnati and Montreal. I don't remember how high he went. Djokovic has no points to defend. So if he plays Cincinnati, he's 500 points approximately but behind this genius that you're saying. The match was close. Djokovic's serve was down. He should have won the second set. But anyway, if Djokovic plays Cincinnati and Montreal, or just one of them and wins it, he'll come into U.S. Open as number 1 or 50 points off. If he wins U.S. Open, which I think he can do, even against your new monster, he'll be number 1. If he plays out the season, he'll be number 1. So I don't agree with you. Novak Djokovic will be number 1 again. Now, will it be a dog fight between Carlos Alcaraz and Djokovic for the rest of Djokovic's career? Probably. But they'll figure out Carlos at some point. I think, much like Nadal, Carlos plays a game that maximizes his muscles and his frame. So will his health hold up? Probably, at least now. You underestimate the ability of Sinner, Rune, There's one more in there. I think the Czech, who's American, I'm forgetting his name right now, and then Hurkacz, and even this guy Jari. There are players out there who can beat Alcaraz. And Alcaraz has never lost. He's never dealt with doubt. So we'll see how it goes. It's not over yet. I think Djokovic definitely, I think he's the Muhammad Ali of tennis. He missed 7 chances. One, when by accident he hit the lineswoman and he was exited from the U.S. Open. I've seen Kyrgios and a woman and other people do similar things, hitting fans, hitting people. Serena Williams told a linesperson she would kill her, but they defaulted Djokovic. He missed an entire year, as did everybody else, because of COVID. In the waning years of his career, 4 chances. He missed 2 Australian Opens, or was it 1? He missed 2 U.S. Opens. He missed the Sunshine run, California and Florida, 2 years. He missed, like I just said, Canada and Cincinnati. So, and he also missed when he won Wimbledon. You're all high and mighty on Alcaraz. He missed 2,000 points because of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, which has no Nazis in it, and the Ukraine is innocent. So he didn't get those 2,000 points. So all this year, Alcaraz has been in first. It's an asterisk. And Alcaraz played U.S. Open without Djokovic. That should be an asterisk. Don't you count out Novak Djokovic. He will win the U.S. Open, the Australian Open, the French, and Wimbledon again, in my opinion, before he's done. But who knows? He's going on 37 years old. He's done. All right, Manuel Ray. Jimmy Connors played till he was 39. What's the other one that you love? He tried to play at 40. He just retired. I don't think there's any rumors that Novak ever took drugs the way some other top players did and hurt their bodies. No, I you know what, Manuel Ray, I love your certainty, but I think you're wrong. I think you actually think that Wimbledon 5-set match, Novak's done? There wasn't a single match that your monster played in Wimbledon that was 5 sets. There wasn't another player on that part of the draw, which was full of some tough people, that got Alcaraz to 5 sets. Djokovic did. And he would have won the second set. The one shot hit the net. He lost 7-5 in the tiebreaker. I think you're over. He's done. By the way, I have it on good authority. Only meat is done. You should be saying he's finished. I'm joking with you. You were at Kipliani. I was going to ask, are the Hong Kong HKD people still coming into Finger? I'm not sure it was HKD. I think it was TOP. And, well, of course, Manuel. I mean, you might be right. Maybe he's finished. And Alcaraz is going to win 40. He's going to win every major for the next 10 years. He'll have 40 Grand Slams. He's got weaknesses. His serve ain't much. He's got an arm that looks like a lobster, which, is that real? Maybe. I wish Novak had won, but he didn't. Yes, the big buyers are rumored to still be in there. My understanding is that, one, they're professional. Two, that they're going to buy not in one day. That they're going to buy, if they buy, it's up to them. Who knows? If they buy, it'll be steady on. I also think they may do. I mean, if I would. Finger needs capitalization. I think they'll do a financing with Finger, but that's me guessing. So all of that takes time. You want instant results, as I do, but there's an ebb and flow to this was good action today. Low volume. They didn't get it down very much. Now I'm saying that, so tomorrow they'll try to get it down. But the one aspect of professional buyers, somebody's been buying. Is it they or someone else? I think whoever's been buying isn't going to stop now. So they let the shorts sell to them and sell more. Why would they buy it at higher prices when they can buy it at lower prices? And you're going to say, well, the shorts are going to win. Well, then that's, I wouldn't take that bet. I wouldn't invest in Finger if I thought the shorts are going to win. It's not a very smart bet. But I think it's nobody knows if they're buying, and only the tape will tell, and we'll see it in the price of the stock and in the volume. It certainly doesn't seem to be there over the last 3 or 4 days. But if they're professional, they let the stock come back to them before they can buy. If they're, for example, if they're trying to accumulate 10 million shares, why would they pay 9 when they can buy it at 5.5? And then they get their shares, and then it runs. So, by the way, Manuel Del Rey, I think Djokovic will get to over 400 weeks at number 1. In his career. You came in late. What are my You can see it. You can rewind it. Well, I think Djokovic will learn how to play Alcaraz. My guess is Djokovic assumed too much on his superiority on grass, and he didn't expect Alcaraz some of what... One thing Alcaraz has is a powerful forehand, massive. And I think that might have jarred Djokovic. I think Alcaraz has incredible skills. And I think Djokovic, Manuel Del Rey is going to argue with me, but the women's final, they did it with a closed roof. Djokovic, I just think the whole ATP is against Djokovic because he's outspoken. They left it open. I think the wind affected Djokovic's serve. It affected some of his shots, and it made him less confident in what he was doing. So I really feel badly for Djokovic. I wish he had won, but hey, he's a gracious guy, and I think Djokovic will learn. He beat Alcaraz 6-1. You're going to say, oh, Alcaraz beat Djokovic 6-1. Yeah, but Alcaraz was really trying. I think Djokovic just said, all right, I'm losing this set. I'm going to ease off because I know I got to fight the next two. Kiplini 3, is finger $100 likely? First, you got to ask yourself, is a squeeze in finger, is a buy-in in finger likely? Second thing is you got to ask yourself that question, what's the time frame? So I will answer your question. You're going to think it's facetious. I think finger will get to $100 over the next 3 to 5 years. I think finger will get to $100. That's not the question you're asking me, though. Will finger squeeze? Do you believe there's 150 million shares short? Some people tell me a senior guy at the American Stock Exchange in his past life says there's just absolutely no way that number's right. So you got to say, do I believe that? Secondly, do you believe Jeffries is the prime broker? That's in documents that the Lind Partners has signed in their toxic notes before. Maybe they're using a group like Alpine or what's that one, Visionaire out of New Jersey. But if it's Jeffries, then you know that they're going to protect themselves financially and ask for more money. Is finger subject to massive manipulation by big players like Ken Griffin or Credit Suisse? I don't think so, but you might think so. And so the selling's going to be endless. I don't think so. I think if that were the case, you'd see the stock going up and down, up and down, up and down. Like AMC. They'd let it run to 40 and then bring it down to 1. I don't see that. So, then you got to ask yourself, why is the stock trading like this? Why is it going from lows, crushed back down, but it only got to a higher low and then a higher low? Why do we have a double bottom here, which is significant? Why is this crossing? Why is this crossing? Why have we seen a breakthrough through the 50 moving day average, pull back to test, then an immediate run up, the 50 day here and the 200 day here, and then an immediate run up and a normal correction? Why are we seeing all that? What's missing here, you can barely see, is the volume. There was very little volume all along here, and all of a sudden the volume's picked up. It doesn't really reflect on this graph. Why is that happening? Is it because of you buying? Is it because I'm on here talking about it? I don't think so. Somebody is making this happen. And then you got to ask yourself, is this causing financial pain to shorts or a prime broker or two. What do you think? Now, last time it ran up here and they're able to drive it back down. What's different? What's different? West Christian, hired by Finger. 2, it's announced. Finger no longer has any kind of financial arrangement with the Lind Partners. 3, COVID is gone in China. So many of the revenue systems that Finger was counting on are going to increase. 4, Finger now has reached a core amount of cash that allows it to benefit from revenues growth by the top-up business. I'm guessing, but it has 10 million that it's running in the top-up business. So the revenue, it's never going to be out of money again. 5, it's got this Asian group, as we've all heard, it seems, keenly interested, introduced by Brent's son at Logic and Go Logic, interested in this company because of its fundamentals and interested in doing business with Finger. So you got all those positives. Now, if you look at this graph, this is me. I'm not a technician. But if you look at this graph, you take this trend line, you move it up, you basically get this trend line, and then you basically get that one up here. This target here is $69. So that's where I think it can go in the short run and very quickly. And on top of that, if Finger gets into a squeeze, to me, anything that gets it to 21, 30, 34, 55, 89, anything that gets it to 30 to 50 can take the stock to $500 before you can say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. TD has news. Volkstoy King. Stocks that may implode. Article on Finger. Oh, that's interesting. So you think it's going to implode? Or do you think the shorts are going to implode? Well, that's right. I mean, I can't believe that Donald Trump allowed Eric, I think it must have been Eric, because he's the middle child, to bring cocaine to the White House. Will they have to cover, or will it get oversold and everyone looks the other way like AMC? You have to make that determination yourself. If Lind Partners and Benchmark Capital and their group, Jeffries, can get Ken Griffin, Stevie Cohen, BlackRock to help them, like they helped Melvin Capital, and cause sell-off, coordinated sell-off across the system to help the Lind Partners and help Finger. Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely? They've got problems everywhere. They're going to come help Jeff Easton? Maybe. If you think that way, I would get out on the next mini rally. If the stock goes to 8, 6, get out if you believe that way. But I think if that were true right now, I mean, a lot of this, you want proof and you can't go with proof. When you have things like this, and I wish this volume showed up here, the market is trying to tell you something. You can't have proof. All you can say is, all right, I'm seeing it ran up. They tried to get it back down. It made a higher low. It rallied. They tried to bring it back down again. This is a sign of sellers who are tired. This is a sign of sellers who have run out of ammunition. So you get here, you get the double bottom, or maybe you count it from here or here. This is a powerful buy signal. And then you get a breakout, a breakthrough. And you get a little bit of a pullback and you're worried, oh, they're going to bring it down like they did here. Right? Well, what's different? There's no deal out there anymore. It's gone. There's no toxic note now. The company, despite the crap article in Seeking Alpha, the company is starting to grow. The company seems to be aligned with a real source of capital. So, no, I don't think they're going to get it down and it's going to be just like AMC. What happened with AMC? AMC went to what? 70, I get the two confused, 70, 80 bucks? Or did it go higher? But then they rescued Melvin Capital. They did a rescue. They coordinated getting it down. And the shorts that lost on the way up made it all driving it back down. That was AMC. But AMC went to 70. Are you talking that they're going to do this from finger right now? Look at it from the standpoint of a Ken Griffin. Ken, this is Philip Levellier at Jeff Easton's shop on Madison Avenue. And we'd like to ask your help. Oh, what's your idea? Well, it's finger motion. Do you have a note cover? No, we don't have any coverage that's going to protect if it goes up. Okay, so your risk is unlimited to the upside. That's right. But if you help us, we feel like that won't happen. All right, well, how much money's in it for me? Well, we want you to come in and start shorting now back down to here. Oh, well, how much money do you have in your accounts? Well, we're actually underwater by $600 million to $700 million. Oh, so if I help you come all the way down to 30 cents, I just help you get out of $600 million in obligations that you owe other people and your investors. What's in it for me? Well, we'll look out for you on the next deal. Come on. It's not going to happen. You're seeing ghosts. All right, so let me just see if there's a real question here. This is not the tennis channel now. Somebody asked me. Oh, Lord. They really, you sound like Jeff Honig. They really don't want it to go over 6. All right, let's address that. Finger has 5 or 6 sources of business. One is top up business. They are one of, used to be 3 companies who can essentially buy minutes at a discount from the Chinese government. I think it's China Mobile and China Unicom where they buy it from. You need cash to buy that. They've always had very little cash, so you could only add very little revenues. Now, if you read the last quarterly report, they had almost $10 million in cash. This quarterly report, they had about 3.7 or 3.9 million in cash. Why? Because they're putting the cash towards SMS. What is top up? You can buy minutes from the government at a discount. In the rest of the world, we use monthly contracts. In the rest of the world, the Middle East, China, the UK, places, well, 2 of those places I've spent a lot of time. When you get a mobile phone, you get a top-up card. You have a number, you have a top-up card, or you go to the chemist, well, not the chemist, the news agent, and you say, I'd like a Vodafone, and you give 20 quid, and you get the card, and you put it on your phone, and you can talk the rest of the month, or in my case, maybe a week, if I was making calls to the United States. That's the top-up business. In China, everything's by phone. Jim Rogers went into China. Jimmy Rogers, the co-founder of the fund, with the Quantum Fund, with George Soros. He was in China. He tried to buy an ice cream cone with cash, and the lady said, "No, Quaitin," and said, "You have to buy it with your phone." Well, he didn't have it set up, so she gave him the ice cream cone. Everything's done by phone. So their biggest source of revenue is their strength. But it has like a 4 or 6 or 8% margin. It's very, very low. But it's guaranteed. You buy it from the government, you sell it through the internet and at shops and by dial-in. It's guaranteed. It's like a grocery store. Or it's like a T-bill. You just do it over and over, and you can do it multiple times. As soon as it runs out, you can go buy more minutes. And it just keeps coming on like a freight train. So he's trying to make that a negative. It's a positive. And I think you're going to see those revenues grow exponentially. They also have that similar thing for text messaging, and then they call it this higher grade of video. I think it's I'm not a techie. RMS or something for videos. They have that similar argument. Then they have big data, Sapientus. They have an alignment with Pacific Re and Munich Re to take advantage of the big data. First it'll be car insurance, then it'll be life insurance, or the other way around. Home insurance, fire insurance, all these insurances based on data. Huge. Then they have renter's insurance. Then they have the Netflix of China. When I read it, it looks like it's outside of China and they're going to bring it in. 100 million users. Huge. They have, I'm missing one, but they have now Apple Care. And as finger motion as China goes to 5G, Finger Motion is bringing the number one insurance company out of New York into China with China Mobile and China Unicom, who they already have great relationships with, and the phones have already, China's already priced in to the cost of phones for what Martin Shen calls Apple Care. 1.6 billion phones. And this puny article at Seeking Alpha says, well, they have to work out a way to profitability. It's just a, you got to see it for what it is. Finger is on the verge of massive revenue and massive profits. But like any startup, any growth company, you've got to look at its revenue and its cash flows. Earnings are always negatively affected by lots of things. Accounting issues, cost of sales, cost of acquiring customers. There's all sorts of things until you get big enough. So they know exactly what you're buying. I don't know what that means, but I'm not worried with the shorts knowing what I'm buying or what you're buying. I don't think we are the ones moving the price in Finger. In terms of the options, I think the options players, who are a whole different set of Wall Street people, are trying to take the premium from us. But that happens in every stock. Volatile stocks that have premium, every expiry date, they try to take as much premium from the calls and the puts. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, this stock is not going to go sideways at $5.50 until Friday. Why? They're going to run it up to get people to buy calls for premium, and they might have run it down here. I don't think they can go much lower to get people to buy puts. But I think you're going to see volatility until Friday, and then they're going to pick a strike price to pin it on. Will it be $9? Will it be $8? Will it be $5? I don't know. They'll try, because they're going to want to take as much premium away from the market as they can. That's their game. That's the option trader's game. Premiums disappear very quickly. Well, that's what I think, not legal advice. When it all fits to profit, remember, not legal advice. There's a research report out from Benchmark, which I don't have in front of me, but I did a video on it, that says $5 is their target. But they admit in the research report that their metrics are conservative because they want to see an execution of Finger Motion's plan. The last earnings report on Thursday/Friday was the beginning of that confirmation. Revenue was terrific. Secondly, as China wakes up from the COVID shutdown, from the economic shutdown, you're going to see more confirmation of their business strategy rather than less. That's Benchmark's research. There's two research reports that both seem similar. One's on Thomson Reuters and the other one is something else that came out. There are rumors of other research reports coming. I can't confirm them. Also, the stock now is over $5. That brings the stock into the maw of the thundering herd at Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, Smith, and Bean. That brings it into play at Morgan Stanley. It brings it into play at Wells Fargo. It brings it into play at other brokerage firms around the country that will not allow their investors to buy stocks under $5. It brings the stock into play for institutional investors. This isn't what the shorts want to see. So I agree with you in the long run. When the profitability comes and goes into the green, I think you're going to see major players building positions in this stock. This is a tremendous fundamental story. And right now you have a battle of the evil gremlins versus the Millennium Falcon. I hope so, because I bought weekly calls today. Well, the reason you bought weekly calls today is because they're cheap. I don't know if my screen is still on. It isn't, but let's just see if I can get a quote. I don't want to sign in again. Yeah, I got some quotes. So, for example, if you bought the this week's 8 calls, it cost you 20 cents. Well, if you went to August and bought the 8 calls, it cost you 85 cents. So that's why you bought this week's. You can buy more upside with this week's calls than you can buy for your buck. So let's say you wanted to buy 10 of the 8s this week. Cost you $200. If you bought 10 of the August 8s, cost you $900. $850 or with commission, $900. That's why you did it. So, could it move this week? Yes. Will you get out if it moves this week? I don't know. But I think you have to steel yourself. Look, I have, and I'm looking at my sheet, and I had my little strategery all drawn up. None of it came to pass. I have the 8s, 9s, and 10s. I didn't sell any today because I think there's a chance that the stock could skyrocket. Well, what are the odds that the stock squeezes in the next 4 days? Let me put it this way. Over under. Do you think Finger's going to squeeze in the next 4 days? Or do you think Finger is going to squeeze in the next 4 weeks? I think it's more likely to squeeze in the next 4 weeks than the next 4 days. Take that bet any day. So I have to steel myself that these might go to nothing. But I didn't pay very much for them. I forget. I probably overpaid on some of them. But I used profits to pay for those. But I certainly paid a lot less than I would have paid for the August. And so then we get into next week, it's August. And then I have to make a new decision. Do I want to risk more money in August? I don't know. I haven't made that decision. I want these to go up. And I think there's really good odds that the stock maintains some volatility over the next 4 days. It's not just the shorts in this game. It's not just Jeff Easton and whoever's helping Benchmark Capital. It's not just they. You've got, if it's Jeffries, you've got the compliance offers saying we need more money. You've got the options traders saying we'd like to run this up and see if it catches fire because we want to make some money on the premiums. You've got the potential for a gamma squeeze, which I don't fully understand what I do understand, which is when calls have premium, people will come in and buy the stock and sell the calls, and that adds buying demand for the stock. So let's say the stock runs to $10 and there's suddenly premium in the 15s. People will come in and buy the $10 stock and sell the 15s. Happens all the time, and that runs it up. I'm not sure I totally understand what turns that normal self-fulfilling prophecy into a gamma squeeze, but we might have a gamma squeeze. And then you've got big whales buying. Apparently you got Asian buying. You've got the potential for retail buying. You've got good earnings despite what this crappy report was from Seeking Alpha. I don't know. I'd rather be in our position than in the shorts position. Now, this is going to clarify it. Gamma is when they have to delta hedge as price increases. Well, that is going to clarify it for me. I know the delta and the beta and the gamma and the... It's a nerve-shattering experience for me. I bought the $10 calls for July. Well, that closed. To buy the $10 calls for August would have cost you 65 cents. To buy the Julys, it says 15, but I bet you could get them for 10 cents. So you could buy, let me get this correct because I'm terrible when I'm doing it. But I think you could buy 100 of the July 10s for $1,000. That's a lot of money. But imagine if the stock took off. Let's say it went up to 25. You'd make $15,000. It's a nice little bet if I did that correctly. You might make more. Let me just do it out. Let me do it with a calculator. If you bought 1,000 calls at a dime, it would cost you... No, not 1,000. 100 calls. 100 calls at a dime. You could buy 100 calls at a dime. It would cost you $1,000. So if the stock went to 25, your 100 calls would go to $15. Your 100 calls would go to $15. You'd make 150 grand. You make 150 grand. That is called swinging for the fences, and I think it's worth doing. So you still hold your $4 calls for August. All right. I don't think there are... Oh, yes, there are August calls. What you're going to do in August, Giannis, is early on, if the stock is up, I think, for example, right now, those August calls, the August 4s, closed at $1.70. So you could do it at that price, but yeah, there's no premium in it at all, which is normal. When the lower price, when the stock starts trading higher, the time premium tends to disappear from the higher cost call options. So anyway, just as a argument, Giannis, if this stock were to go to $8, and let's say it doesn't happen this week. Let's say it happens next week. So your calls are worth $4 each. What I think you need to do then is sell your $4 calls and buy. So let's say you have 10 of, I don't know how many you have. Let's say you have 10 of them. I just got to make sure I get it right. So it's $4,000. Then maybe you take $500 and you buy a higher strike price or 1,000, whatever. You let the market tell you, and you buy 10 of a higher strike price, and then you take that original money off the table. That's what you should do with the $4 calls. I don't have listed here what my August situation is. Unfortunately, I think my August calls are similar to these. I don't know if I have any lower priced ones. But that's what you should do as the stock goes up. Roll your calls upward so you have less and less at risk. You may lose 1 or 2 points doing that, but you take your nest egg off the table. Ryan Edberg, most people got in under 3, so why sell if you have a shot at life changing money? I'm not saying, I assume, Ryan, you're talking about the stock. I'm not saying sell the stock. There are other points of views on that. I have a friend that would say sell the stock. I think, Finger, if you own the stock, worst case, you just turn it into a long-term holding. Plus, Ryan, there'll be times when you can sell calls against your position and you can bring in income. But yeah, I wouldn't sell the stock at, if you bought it at $3, I wouldn't sell the stock at 5. I wouldn't sell it at 6. I'm not sure I'd even sell it at 10. You start getting into the 15, 20, 30 range, and it becomes a debate. Do I take some of my profits off the table? And you can only judge that for yourself. You don't have to hold on to all of your position to benefit from the much higher numbers. Because in the past, look at this. They sold it off here, and they did it earlier as well, and they did it here. And so we're dealing with a bunch of fraudsters, and as much as I'm trying to give you what I see on the positive side, we cannot hide the fact that there are a group of fraudsters that are able to operate while the cops look the other way. Giannis, I first bought $2 calls 10 cents, then sold and bought the 40 calls for 40 cents. There, you already know how to do it, Giannis. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. Brilliant. You're doing it just the right way. And then if you can take a little money, I mean, I did that. I'm not sure I did it the best I could, but I bought some of these undervalued stocks. Just do the stock. By the way, the stock price is so low, and I've said this every single time. I think it makes more sense to buy the stock. It makes much more sense to buy the stock. Particularly here at $5.50, much more sense to buy the stock than, to spend $2 or $3 on calls. Now, if you're buying this week's calls, like I forget who it was, but if you're buying this week's calls at 10 cents, you can blow what you might spend on a bar bill, see what happens. I might do it tomorrow. Now you're talking me into it. I wouldn't spend $1,000, but maybe, I don't know. Options are extraordinarily risky. Options, most people lose in options, but you put up less money. And the worst thing that can happen to you is you make money on your first options trade. Then you think it's easy. Most of the time you don't make money. So if you buy, like Giannis did, or whoever it was did, you buy the July 10s and you buy enough of them, if it breaks out, you're going to be saying, you're going to be saying, I am, I said. Forget about this guy. This is past. You think Puerto Rico is safe to live. What about Martinique, Guadeloupe, Cayman Islands, Panama, and Costa Rica? Of those choices, I think I'd go to Martinique. I love Costa Rica, though. I have 15 cons expiring 7/21. What's a con? 15 cons. I don't know what a con is. A con. Maybe you may mean calls. Well, I have more than that. And I didn't sell today. Look, your July calls, I don't know which ones you have. I don't know what a con is. Unless you have one of the lower priced cons. Look, if you sold your 8s, you'd get 15 cents if you're lucky. If you sold your 9s, you'd get 10 cents. If you sold your 10s, you get 5 cents. I'd rather just let it ride. Now, if it runs, let's say tomorrow or Wednesday it goes to $10, well then, you got to start saying, it's time to just take what's given to me. And if it pops on Friday, I'm out. Or you buy some Augusts. Try to get some premium this week back if you can. But right now at these bids, I don't think it makes any sense. The other thing you can do is, let's say the stock goes to 12. You could probably sell the 14s or the 15s for a bit of premium against your calls and just ride it out. See what happens. You would always get the amount you're in your money. Anyway, let's just see if that comes by. If GTI, yes, Nick, that's my numbers. I think it could be in a spike. I think GTII could go very high, 1,000 times where it breaks out. So if it breaks out at 20 or 25, in a spike, in a squeeze, in a spike. Well, I know you want to go into a longer exploration, right? Just let me give you an example. The July 7s right now, you could sell for 20 cents. The July 7s. You could sell them for 20 cents. Ceteris paribus. To buy the August 7s costs you $1. That's upside down. Now, if you wait until Monday, and the stock doesn't move, you can probably buy the July 7s, maybe not at 20 cents, 20, well, where are they trading right now? 25 cents. You might not pay 25 cents, but you might pay 35 cents. So, no. If you want to sell the calls you have right now in this week, you could sell them, wait with the cash until next week. But then you kind of, it defeats the purpose because you're not in for these 4 days. Do I think we break $8 this week? I think it's possible. Let me see if I can get the chart on my phone. I think we could break 8 tomorrow morning. This pullback is not because of strength by the shorts. This pullback is not scary. I mean, it can always change. Just looking at this, here, this is when this stock rallied and then they got it down. It took 1, 2, 3 until an sort of up day. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 before an up day. I guess that's sideways. And then it ran up. We had 1, 2, 3 down days. I don't know how to count that. And then it ran up. So now we've had one. I don't know how to count this one. We've either had one down day, sort of an up day, and then 1, 2, 3, or you just go ahead and count it 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that, well, here, there's from that's 1, 2, 3, 4 up. I don't know. You might count it all. My point is, though, this could turn around tomorrow and look how quickly, when it turned here, it took a day and then it went boom, 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 boom. So yeah, it could be $8 tomorrow or Wednesday. But that's making a prediction. It's right now 549 on, I don't know how much volume after hours, 10,000. If I were one of the whales wanting this to rise to all-time highs, wouldn't it be in my benefit to get these calls in the money by Friday by adding fuel to the fire? Well, I mean, given the information that you've placed in your question, sure. But what's as a whale, what's your goal? How many shares do you want to own before you right now, they have, if they're doing it, they have a number of shares in mind or amount of money in mind that they want to put to work. So they don't want to spook it. They want to try to buy it within the parameters. I mean, as an example, they may have called their broker at, not trading securities and said, buy 10 million shares up to $9 a share. And you can take 25 cents out if you get me better than $6. I don't know. I'm making it up. So the trader is not showing his hand or her hand, just letting it come to her. Once they have their position, then yes, they can do different strategies but they have to be careful. Remember, the SEC and FINRA are here to protect the public from their stocks going up. The FINRA and the SEC and the OTC markets and even NASDAQ want to make sure that you are not defrauded by your stocks going up. if you're defrauded by manipulation, communication, spoofing, racketeering on the way down, hey, it's just a cleansing. It's a cleansing of the market, and we need that kind of sunshine provided. That's how your regulatory agencies think. Oh, it's 15,000 after hours. Thank you, Brian. I can't tell. It doesn't delineate it here for me, but it does say. That's great. That's pretty good. Thank you, Jenny. 1548. Volume was not good at all. What? Are you listening to? You're listening to Led Zeppelin on 4. You want it on 10? I think today's volume was fantastic for us, for the good guys. Absolutely fantastic. It was probably mostly spoofing. It was probably a lot of crossing, but it doesn't show strength. It doesn't show. All right, so now it's closed. Is it 8 o'clock? I can't tell. No, it says unchanged. Okay, unchanged. 5:45. I think the volume was great for us. All right, so it was 54% mark short. So Ham guessed, I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, I threw it away. I don't know what Ham guessed. You're welcome. I went to the SEC, but don't thank me. Thank Tony, thank Ham, thank all the people that put the video together. Thank all of the people on the space calls and the organizers. Do you know that on the space calls, there are people, men and women, who have caused, if I remember correctly, 5 billion impressions of this story. It's unbelievable. So I thank you for your thank you, but I think there's many more deserving heroes than I. Sorry, green volume, just the spoofing part that caused it to be worse than what it would. Yeah, I think the green volume is good. I think look, the market doesn't trade the way it used to. And for all of my trying to use my instincts, which aren't as good as Ham's, the fact is this is a fraudulent market that Gary Gensler oversees and he doesn't care about. There are no trading desks. There's no research. There's no market makers. There really aren't. There are no market makers. The market makers are set up to defraud you and set up to take advantage of Reg Show, which in fact, if it were enforced, would protect you, but it's not. And Gary Gensler looks the other way. And FINRA goes, Robert Cook, oh, Gary, what should I do? $3 million a year salary. $3 million a year salary. He makes more in a month than most of us make in a decade. No, in a year. Have I ever heard Ham talking this? Yeah, I've heard him before. And I try to read between the lines, because it's possible Ham has information that he's not allowed to talk about. But I think it's unlikely, because I think if a company or a firm had material, non-public information, they wouldn't give it to Ham. They'd have to give it out. But I have heard Ham this certain before. I have followed his advice before and made money. I've ignored his advice and then didn't make money when everyone else did. So Ham has an amazing ability to read a market, particularly if he's following a stock. He's able to read the trading, the volumes. He's able to sense strength and weakness. But he's a trader. You guys aren't, most of you. And I'm not particularly. For example, I was down in front of the SEC. I didn't see finger go down to whatever the low was and whatever the high was. I didn't see it. I can't even quote it to you. But it had. I think it went to 621. I didn't see it. So I can't be a trader because I'm not in front of the computer. But Ham has that ability. The way I read Ham's words today, yesterday, Friday, I hear a little bit of concern for you, for me. He doesn't want people to lose money on their calls. I hear that Ham recognizes that 3 or 4 days away isn't a very long period of time. So I hear some of that tension. He can't predict it for sure. But what I do hear, and I've heard it for a couple of weeks now, I think Ham looks at this. He doesn't look at charts. He looks every day. But a chart is an attempt to measure the madness of crowds. It's an attempt to get into the psychology of a group of investors. And Ham does that almost instinctively by just watching. Well, how can he do it? Because that's what he did under high pressure. And if he failed, he gets fired. So, yes. So anyway, I have heard him, and I'd say most of the time he's correct. There are going to be times that he's wrong. But remember, his strategy is buy the near month, buy this week like Giannis did, because you're not risking very much. If you bought 50 calls tomorrow that expired on Friday, cost you $500. You can make $100,000. Or none of us would wait that long. You make $20,000, $30,000. It's a nice trade. But the odds are you're not going to make any money at all. You're throwing your $500 away. Is that worth the risk reward? Yeah, because to buy that same 50 in August cost you $5,000. Anyway, that's how he does it. I think Ham's confidence is deserved. When I look at this, I think the stock's going up. And then look at this volatility here. They tried to sell it down and then it came up. So I think at a minimum, there will be volatility going sideways. There is no question that the shorts will try to bury our enthusiasm by getting the stock to close at 5 or 4 or 6 and wiping everybody out, because then they figure there won't be money next time. I think it's a misread of the situation. I think the money that's moving the stock is not us. On the other hand, I think the option clearing, the option exchange, those traders are going to want to run it up at least one time before Friday to get a bunch of us buying calls. And then they'll drive it down. So I think Finger's going to go, but I disagree with you, Giannis. I think Ham said they're going to go at the same time, and that's what I think too. Yeah, they always bring it down. It's like putting a what do you call it? Lid on the top of a pressure cooker. When you take it off, boom. I didn't see that letter. Eli Crane, letter to... No, I'd like to see that. I'll look for it. Letter to Gary Gensler. 550 coming down? I don't know. Looks like it's going up. But, you know, we're trying to predict something. I don't think it's going to matter. If they get this stock down to 350 tomorrow, it's not going to matter when the buys come, and it'll run. Look, as soon as buying comes in that's sustained, as soon as the selling turns to buying, as soon as there's margin calls, the biggest buyers are the people that are short. I don't know much about Joshua or Caleb. I know I should. Oh, coming down. Oh, Madoff said Gensler is of no use. That's what Madoff said. I think Madoff is just a glad hander. I don't know if he went to school with one of the Clintons or knew somebody, but he is all suck up. That's all Gensler is. I watched it. He's just... The thing we have here is failure to communicate. Now, I don't like it any more than you men do. Than you men. But that's the way he wants it. And if that's the way he wants it, that's the way he's going to get it. Thank you, Jenny just sent me the letter. Thing we have here is volume to take the stock down is way more than to go back. That's an interesting point. You know, when I would describe it, the reason stocks come down quickly, in my opinion, is because the stock has already been there before. And people can conceive of lower prices. What they can't conceive of is higher prices. But you make a good point. In Finger, they drive it down volume, and then it snaps back like a rubber band. And guys, it hasn't finished even this kind of move over here. Hasn't even finished it. Yes. Would it be better if our options didn't expire on Friday? Absolutely. But, you know, none of us can predict it exactly. I'm going to go 10 more minutes. Am I getting into XRP after the squeeze? That's not first on my list. But I like XRP. I think Lou's onto something there. And I've also studied that on my own, but I don't have the knowledge that Lou does. So what I did a immersive study of crypto, reading different books, driving my brain crazy because it's not something I was fluent in. I'm still not. But I signed up for a service that I've let expire. I will re-sign up for that service if these things run. And I'm more likely to follow that gentleman's recommendations if XRP is not in there. But he used to like XRP. So yes, I'm very likely to buy XRP, but it's not first on my list. Thank you, Jenny. I'll read that letter. Look, you know, everyone wants to go after Gary Gensler. Gary had a chance to be a hero and remembered in history. Instead, he decided to suck up to where the money is, Goldman Sachs and the Clinton Foundation, and other Democratic sources. So he's not. He'll go down as just another faceless, when children read history, they won't know his name. They'll know Elliot Ness, but they won't know him. They'll probably know J. Edgar Hoover, but they won't know Gary Gensler. That was his choice. Because he's a mouse, not a man. He really is. He's not. He's that. Most people follow. He's a follower. He's a suck-upper. There's very few leaders in the world. Having said that, you get rid of him. Who do you get? Do you get Vanessa Countryman? That'd be a disaster. Do you get... She's too old, but do you get Maxine Waters, or do you get... I don't know. I'm struggling to think of names. Do you get... Anyway, point is, you could get someone that Goldman Sachs controls anyway, and the rest of the banking industry. You could get somebody worse. So at least Gary Gensler puts out words. He's talking about the crypto market that traps himself when you look at it from the stock market side. The person I wish, if they get rid of Gary Gensler, the person that gets my vote, I can't say his name, is Gurbir Grewal. I think he has shown a dedication. I'm sure he's not part of the Clinton crowd or the Goldman Sachs crowd. And maybe he is, but that's just how I read it. And I think he looks like a man of integrity and commitment to following the rules. I'm not going to read that out, Big Al, but that's good. Bye, M. Casey. Thank you. Well, Giannis, I like XRP. I read up on it. I think it was a couple years ago. But people, including myself, who get ahead of ourselves on the collapse of the dollar. Donald Trump accelerated the decline of the dollar when he took Russia out of the SWIFT system. He accelerated it when he... Now we have a president in place that is strengthening America's role in the world. And we're back to the integrity of the United States. And Joe Biden's first foreign trip was to Jeddah. And then he flew, I believe, to Tel Aviv, and maybe Jordan was in there, and then on to Europe. Trump, good gosh. He disdained Saudi Arabia and mistreated the Middle East. So at least we have an administration now that is focused on the strength of U.S.-Saudi relations. But anyway, leaving all of that aside, politics aside, we make a mistake in believing the dollar is going to go straight down. Before the dollar ceases to be relevant as a world currency, I think there will be war. and I think trying to remember the gentleman's name. He lives in Costa Rica. I'm forgetting his name. It'll come to me. I think his view on the dollar, he calls himself Jackass or something. His view on the dollar makes more sense to me. I think the dollar, after it's in a little bit of trouble, will go up and then out rather than down and out. Why? Because nobody... Let me ask you something. Do you consider the euro a successful currency? Maybe. But the problem the euro has is that Germany has more control than Italy, Greece, Portugal. You have the attempt at a central government, I guess, out of Brussels. But you have a bond market that's each separate country, and each separate country has a government. In the United States, you have one federal government, one central bank, one taxing authority on the entire economy. And the dollar is accepted worldwide. And we have the ability, if, like Biden's trying to do, we brought business back to the United States. We brought jobs back to the United States. We invested in infrastructure in the United States. We could bring back earning power so that we could actually afford our debt. And as you know, Biden's also reining in our debt. So, the way Trump left it for him was terrible. So, I think the dollar is much more likely to show strength before its collapse. And then there'll be an arrangement. I don't know what it'll be. But the BRICS, you know the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South America, and sometimes they add in Iran, and they add in one more S. But that's the BRICS. They sometimes add in India, but that's the BRICS. Now, something like 50 countries, almost 50 countries, have agreed to join the BRICS. Okay. Which government would control it? Obviously, China, who has built the what is it called? The Belt Road, the Trade Belt Road. Anyway, China, while we've been bombing deserts and assaulting mountains, China has gone into South America, Africa, Asia, Europe even, Russia. They're doing trade deals, and they've taken the Belt Road Initiative. So they've got economic ties everywhere and debt, and they have a military. But are they going to run the new currency, or will it be Putin out of Russia, or will it be Iran? Is it going to be a Western driven currency, or is it going to be an Asian? Is it going to be Brazil? Is it going to be India? I don't know. That starts to be complicated. When there's a determination about interest rates, which central bank is going to do it? I don't see the BRICS as an immediate solution. In fact, I think the Federal Reserve has become the de facto central bank of the entire world. And if there's crisis And we get rid of how Trump ran the Federal Reserve, and we rely on Biden's appointees and the Treasury, things are going to be better for the dollar. Well, it's 109 countries. Well, it's not practical. And Giannis, people want to go back to a gold standard. How do you do that? That's not practical. That's the mercantile system, and it won't happen in a modern world. There is a positivity to having the power of what the central banks do. We've just overused it. We're still caught up in the neocon, the new American century, trying to control the world with military might and the dollar. And it's a mistake. Our strength is our ideals. And I, you guys still have them. Everybody has them. So I don't think that's going to go away. But the United States dollar is the only currency in the world, ostensibly, who can absorb the money flows. If Saudi Arabia receives a bunch of money from China, is there a bond market there to put it in? What are they going to invest in? I mean, I get it. I think Southeast Asia, China, India, that's what, 4 billion people, 5 billion people, and they all want to live like we do. A change is going to come. They can back XRP with gold. Well, the dollar was backed with gold until it wasn't. The dollar has been quasi-backed with oil, and you could argue it isn't now. But you could just simply change the price of gold to, I think Jim Rickards says $10,000 an ounce. But Jim Rickards believes we still have our, 8.8 thousand metric tons at Fort Knox. Some people say we don't anymore. But you could simply change the price of gold, and the United States financial problem is over. We still have the world's best military. We still have an educated population. We still, I don't know, the security, the way Donald Trump left the borders open and left shambles of the immigration system, he let people in the country. It really questions, why are all the train derailments and other things going on? But we still probably could, under Biden, bring our country, as Hillary Clinton once said about young black men, we can bring them to heel. I don't know if XRP can be, I don't know enough about it. There are constraints on minting of these things. But look, David Kurtzman, this is a brilliant, I don't know what time it is. Oh, I ran over time, so I'll finish on, let me just see if there's anything else. Is there any way we could put a live feed of Finger and GTI on the truck? Maybe, that's a great idea. I don't know All right, I'm going to finish on this point because I got to walk my dog. The hit piece, this is from David. The hit pieces were a complete joke. I believe they are going to attack this all week, attributable to options expiration, unless these whales pour on some coal to this train. Well, I agree with you that what they're trying to do is get you to sell, and you're not, I don't think. I'm not telling you to diamond hand. Do what you want. But I don't think they're finding the softness, the air pockets that they expected. They need us with stop loss orders, panic, oh, I'm going to get out. In fact, I've read more of you were buying and buying call options. That's one. Two, I think there's buying regardless of the whales, and that's coming in. The whales I assume you're talking about is this rumored Asian buying. I think that'll come. Now, my experience with Chinese decision making is it's extraordinarily well thought out. It's extremely researched, and then it's implemented with an emphasis on getting it right, on being productive in that implementation. So I just because you think they haven't poured on the coal over the last 3 days, I'm not sure that's true. Somebody's been buying. Somebody's been buying, even today. But if you're, just repeating myself, if you're a buyer like me and you had you'd run it up, you're buying and it's all done. If you're a professional buyer, you're sitting back. Why would I buy it at 8 if they'll sell it to me at 5.5? So I don't totally agree that they're not buying. They may wait till next week or the following week. That's true. I do agree with you that the shorts, the criminals, are bringing out all the guns to shake the tree. And maybe their goal is for all of us to lose our call premium by Friday. And then we'll go, oh, I don't want to play finger anymore. We'll see. My theory, David, is what's moving the stock, it's not us. So I don't know. ISO 2022. All right, Giannis, I'd love to talk about it. I admit that my knowledge level, I don't even know what ISO 20022 is. All right, Echo, thank you. Jenny, I want to see your dogs. And I love the letter from Eli Crane. Thank you very much, Jenny. You're the best. If they spend their powder for the week, wouldn't that make them weaker next week? Well, you think Finger will get jiggity? I don't know what the heck with that is. Okay. I don't know who you're talking about on spending the power. This is my last question. But if it's the short, I think they've already spent. They already shot their wad. They're still trying to do it. They have to back up all the buddies they come in with. As long as it doesn't go much, much lower, I think their powers run out. But remember, it's Fraud Street. We don't know what tricks they have. In terms of the buyers, if they spent their allocation this week, would they be weaker next week? I have no way of knowing that. But my guess is when you're talking about buying, they're not buying 10,000 shares. They're probably not buying 1 million shares. They might not even be buying 10 million shares. So my guess is no. If they spend their money this week, they're going to have plenty of money next week. I think they do want us out, but Timothy Sykes is a genius. He shorted Finger. Oh, I want to sign up for Timothy Yikes. Timothy Yikes. I want to sign up for it. Man, Timothy Yikes. He the man. So he shorted it at 7? Or was it at 650? Was it at 590? He the man. You know what? I started buying my calls when the stock was $1.44. But I'm going to listen to Timothy Yikes. All right, guys. I'm going to say goodnight and walk the best boy in the world. You ready, lucky boy? God, I wish I could hug him. I think he's just... I think dogs have a way of going through hospice. All right, I'm going to say peace, love, and happiness. We'll catch you on the flip side, and I hope you all have a good night.